I had such a great time with this collection. And yeah, I'm just so glad you do this way. So glad you write the liner notes, and so glad that we get to talk about it.
I'm happy we do this too. I look forward to this every year now since we started doing it, and yeah, man, yeah, dude, I love it.
Well,
And of
let's.
course it goes without saying, but I'll say it anyway. But yeah, I always love listening to yours too, and just like hearing it's funny because there's always it seems like there's always a little bit of crossover of things that we've picked up on throughout the year, and even sometimes like things that appear in both of ours, and like we like the same style of things. So like everything that's on your mix is always something that I'll hear and I'll go, I really like that. But you always tend to find stuff that like I missed. I don't know how like stuff flies under my radar or whatever, but something will come up on your mix and go like, where the hell did that come from? But that's really good. Yeah.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I feel the same way, except for it doesn't surprise. I mean, there's not. I miss everything, or I'm so unaware of so much, and I don't know if that will change, or if I'll just remain sort of blissfully ignorant and then get these wonderful surprises, from you and other folks that share stuff with me. Um, well, let's. I don't know. Do you want to talk about? You had written this thing about in your liner notes, which I guess, yeah. If folks hear this, obviously I'll have links and whatever the medium you're hearing it in, to follow along with these liner notes and stuff. But you have kind of a two paragraph overview of the thing. Do you want to share some of just that kind of context for the whole collection?
Yeah. So so I guess yeah, yeah. I don't know what to say. Yeah, so I guess like if anybody's listening to this and doesn't know what we're talking about,
Right.
I could just sort of like introduce that both you and I do do these mixes where it's really the only guidelines that we follow. As far as I know, for both of us, is that it's just music that we pick up on over the years. That's over the year. That's either brand new or just new to us, right? Like something that we just discovered, or something that plays sort of like a significant impact during the course of that year. So maybe like something that's just tied with a memory or with an event. Um, and then I think we both adhere to that 80-minute time
Mhm.
constraint just to keep consistent with back when we used to make these on CDs. um so a lot of times for me when I'm putting all of this together, it's sort of, I don't know, it's sort of evolved over the years where there's certain years where it's more experience based. Like I think 2 years ago for me, for example, was pretty much all experience based. Every song that ended up on that mix was tied to some sort of event or memory that happened to me during the course of that year. Conversely, other years it leans more into, hey, I just discovered a lot of music that I was listening to a lot, and the mix tends to reflect that more often, which I think was kind of more the case last year. So it can vary year to year. This year was and usually what I'll do is I'll compile all the songs throughout the entire year, and then I weed them out and narrow them down, and eventually get to the list of songs that I want to include, and then that's where I'll start arranging them in a way to where just musically and sonically as you're listening to it, it kind of flows from song to song, and just feels like a cohesive album. But thematically, there usually isn't a theme, I guess, which is a weird sentence to say. Um, but like I'll put together some artwork and I'll come up with a name and stuff for it that kind of tries to tie it all together or just sort of makes sense with everything that you're hearing. But like I don't approach the albums with that in mind per se. Like I'm not trying to make the songs fit a theme. I'm more or less trying to make a theme that fits the songs. Um,
Mm.
so this year though was a little bit different in that like I kind of started down that same track, and kind of realized that like, okay, I think I'm actually trying to say something with this. Uh, Let me scrap everything that I've done and restart it with that in mind. So like I kind of approach like this. I mean, this year, dude, this year. What else can you say, right? I don't even need to finish that sentence. Yeah. Uh, so that's kind of what this mix album became. That there's a lot of emotional weight that happened in 2024, for me and for I assume pretty much everyone that pays attention, and some of it being personal, emotional things that happened specifically to me, and a lot of it being the more existential events and whatnot. But what I wanted to do with the music on the mix album was kind of tell that story, very much in an emotional way, but also even somewhat in a narrative way. I mean, it's hard to create a narrative with songs that aren't specifically referencing the thing that you're trying to make them reference. But I think that what I was able to do with this, and I'm really happy with the way it turned out, was to really capture kind of the emotional weight of the different things that happen chronologically as they happen throughout the year, and just sort of tell that story of like, you know, just for myself, right? I started off the year feeling pretty good, feeling pretty hopeful. Everything was nice and happy and good. And then ended up going through a breakup with the relationship that I was in, and there's a lot of like self-reflection and things like that going on throughout that process. And then shortly after that, starting to get really nervous about the country and the politics and world at large, followed by things kind of getting a little bit more hopeful there again yeah, for obvious reasons. um, Followed by all of that hope completely disappearing and just severe existential dread, which is kind of still going on. And just, I don't know, kind of trying to find ways to cope and deal with that. And that's sort of the story and once I had that in mind, all of the songs on the mix album were an attempt to sort of tell that story and fit that theme in that order. And yeah, I mean, I'm really happy with the way it turned out. And so like this is the first year that where I've had songs where I'm like, I need to put this on here because this was like a top 10 album for me or something along those lines. But then as I'm going through and trying to fit the theme, I got like, well, I don't really have a place for this song, unfortunately. So I have to scrap it. Whereas in years past, I would have just put it on there and scrapped something else. But yeah, that was the approach for this year.
That's yeah. I mean, let me first say that for me, it really came across. Um, I listened first without reading the liner notes at all. I think kind of in not one sitting necessarily. I think I was like cleaning the house and stuff, and I had it on headphones, and I was just kind of just hearing everything for the first time, and it a lot like really worked for me already. And I think the way that I listen for music, I'm so often listening for somebody kind of singing my own experience. I am so very lyrically focused. When we've talked about that before, certainly. But so I'm listening to
Yeah.
those things that I resonate with, and of course, just like stuff that moves me sort of physically. Nobody, would ever want to see me. I hesitate to even call it dance, but shift my weight to the beat in some way.
Do that.
Um, I can't even, I don't even know what, but so I mean, I'm not immune to that kind of stuff. I mean, as soon as I hear myself out loud talk about music, I just want to not kill myself, but I just want to like strangle that guy who's just so pretentious. So it's not like I don't like silly music, but I'm listening for the kind of things that'll resonate with me, um, on a more serious emotional basis. And there was a lot there. And then when I went back and read the liner notes, I was just like connecting it more and having a larger context for it. I think I appreciated a story arc came through already to me, like just from the interrelationship of things that were coming out in the words and stuff like that, and kind of tones and all that. But then when I read it all, I was like, oh man. So it might be too that what you described, your approach for it this year, is maybe always been my approach since I started this tradition. I think there are times when the very first time I did it, I was looking for a place to put songs I didn't think I would otherwise listen to as I was consolidating my CD collection or something like that, I think, um, in 2004 or whatever. And then I think after that, I started to be much more conscious about the autobiographical nature of it. I think because I recognized it in that first collection. I used to think of it as things like I would want myself to sing. And that's not to say always in complete, like, earnest one-to-one meaning. Like, even in my own songs that I've written, there are some times where you adopt like a narrator perspective, or you might sing something kind of, when I say ironically, I don't mean like people like there's a silly pop song in my mix I'm sure we'll get to. Like I don't like it ironically. I don't like anything ironically. Like if I
Yeah.
like it, I like it and I try not to feel any shame about it. Uh but you like I can't think of a good example. Like the Pearl Jam song "Do the Evolution." I don't know if you ever heard that song. Like
Mhm.
that's
Yeah.
not like the singer singing about like how he feels. He's like adopting a character. Anyway, getting all over the place. But so I've always had that kind of earnest, sort of autobiographical approach to the organization and song selection that's probably lessened over time, and become more. It's a diary, but in a slightly different way. And I'm like, especially, I think if I had um, an intention this year beyond that's any different from previous years. I think I was actively trying to find or keep. Sometimes I was actually seeking out to listen to and hang on to these kind of other voices, and I think particularly after the election, uh, I was wanting to the extent I can in my own life and whomever hears things that I suggest they listen to, amplify voices that are going to be further marginalized and kind of in maybe some danger that they anyway, so that was kind of a conscious choice for me, was to make sure I'm not just listening from my own experience at this age. I'm 45-year old. I don't, just like a little tired of it too. So but that, if anything, was a kind of organizing principle for my selections, and even to some extent the order I was noticing. I was just like, well, let me try to balance whatever, feminine voice, masculine voice. Those were things I was kind of playing around with, and then started to listen for other things that would help organize it. But that was kind of the process I followed this year, I guess.
Mhm.
Um, are you
And
ready to go? Oh,
I,
sorry, go ahead.
I know exactly. I think what song you're talking about when you started mentioning like kind of cheesiness and something like defending it as like the, not liking it ironically, but like it's a
Yeah.
song that like you think that you would be, and I love it, dude.
Oh,
And we'll I'm sure we'll get into that,
that's great.
but that perked my ear up for a second because I just kind of like we're getting off on tangents. So I'm sure we'll get off on a lot of tangents, but like man, I always cringe when someone says I like this ironically or I'm listening to this ironically. Like no, you're not. If you're listening to it and you're enjoying it, you enjoy it. Like just admit that you enjoy it. Like you can be
Yes.
embarrassed about it if you want, but if it's good, it's good. If you like it, you like it. Like there's plenty of
Yeah.
things that I like that would probably be considered embarrassing by somebody else knowing that I like it, but I don't care. It's good.
Yes, that's right. That's a much happier way to live. And I'm
Yeah.
convinced too, like you were saying. I think that's just something people say to make themselves, I don't know. Yeah, I guess they're
Yeah,
just trying to
I think
avoid
so too.
embarrassment.
I
It's
think
not like I
it's
haven't done that. I'm sure I've
yeah.
done that. I probably will do it in this conversation. Like I'm just, I guess I say it out loud to try to prevent myself from doing it
Yeah.
more often.
Right, right. I mean, like there's plenty of things that I enjoy that I know are probably not the most cool things in the
Yeah.
world,
Yeah.
but you know what? I like it. Yeah, I'm not
Yeah.
gonna pretend that I don't like it, or like I'm not gonna like put some sort of ironic qualifier on it to like make myself feel better or look cooler. Like whatever. I know I'm a nerd.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know that I'm not
That's
cool. Like it's whatever. I enjoy the thing I enjoy.
that's right. Well, let's get into the track by track.
Yeah, sure. So I'll go. I guess I think for my purposes, it'll make more sense to maybe do a couple of tracks at a time.
Oh, good. Yeah, yeah.
So like I'll just kind of quickly touch on the first three, because they kind of thematically I think kind of go together. So like Fontaines D.C. Starburster. I knew nothing about this band prior to whenever this song showed up on I think on my like Spotify release radar. Um, and it's musically it's weird. It's like I don't know. It's almost like I'm not gonna call it hip hop influence, but it's like it's this weird like very fast lyrical delivery, and then it's got that weird like breath inhale thing in the chorus and
Yeah.
everything too.
Loved that.
Yeah, that like the first time I heard it, I'm like, I don't know if I'm into this, but I kept listening to it and listening to it, and I'm like, man, there's something about this song, and like then eventually it just became one of my favorite songs overall. And then kind of like reading the meaning behind it. I guess actually this song doesn't really go with the next two. Now I'm thinking about it, because thematically this is I guess more of like a foreshadow for the rest of the year, and kind of like an overture, I guess is the way I described it here in the notes. But then like kind of reading the meaning behind it in that it was written in response to a panic attack that the lead singer had. Like, okay, now I totally get the delivery and the vocal style and just overall the music in general just to me feels like there's a lot of tension in it, and lyrically for sure, but like I just love the way that he was able to capture that tension and anxiety in the music itself. Yeah, like I still don't really know anything from them beyond this album, but the whole album is really good, but especially yeah this song I really really loved this song. And again, like for the album, I thought like, hey, yeah, I am gonna try to shape this album as like a chronological emotional journey through the year, but I thought I needed something really strong to start it off with, and I also wanted something that kind of, even though that tension and anxiety wasn't necessarily present at the beginning of the year for me, it definitely is later on, and I wanted something that kind of like said, hey, this is where we're going with all of this, even though we're going to start here. So that's sort of what this song represented to me.
Yeah, I was into it. I maybe like you said, like maybe not right away. There were things about it like I found intriguing, but it grew on me the more times I heard it. And I don't know why. I guess the word I keep coming back to in my mind about that breath thing is like he weaponized the breath, which I think is a weird.
Ooh.
And I think it's more that he makes it in a musical sound. Like I'd love to be able to kind of put I don't know if I can put some snippets in or put it under without getting flagged, but um, but yeah, it's like the inhale. Um, sorry, I just thought of Tenacious D, where like the inward singing, where he keeps singing, and then in the inhale he keeps singing. So he's constantly rock singers rocking you only half the time, but.
Yeah.
For anyone who might not hear, anyone who does hear this but doesn't hear the song, the singer kind of goes in between singing, and it's very like aggressive, and it
Yeah.
really works somehow.
Yeah, it really does.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and it is kind of an odd. Well, you described it as it struck you as a little weird and off-putting in the notes. And I made this note because like, but there was something to it. So I made a note about this because of my first track. I had a kind of a similar thing. a similar. There was something about it that I didn't like, or like that, I don't know, as a whole, I was just like, I don't know, this is kind of weird. But the more I heard it, and it, especially when it get to certain parts of the song, I'm like, I think I love this. And so my first track is called Another Season from an artist named Francis Quinlan. And I heard it in the film. This is a tricky film title to talk about. The name of the movie is, quote, as a title, I saw the TV glow, end quote. That's the title. Uh, um, but and I don't quite even remember where it is in the movie. It might even be in the beginning or something. It's a really visually striking movie, horror movie, I guess. But the music in it was pretty cool, such that I such sought out the soundtrack and listened to it from beginning to end, and it was like, oh yeah, there's some songs that stuck out, but this one in particular, I was just like, it's odd. This is okay. I'm about to put my old man pants on if I ever took them off, but
or don't I believe you mean blanket.
blanket. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely cut that out. But I was trying earlier to wrap myself in a blanket and couldn't do so in a way that wasn't not just embarrassing, but really creepy. So I had to take it off. So now I'm just kind of cold. But as an older, whatever, I'm not a young. Music can be such a young person's game, you know, at least popularly speaking. And I find that a lot of newer music or a fair, I find it most in any kind of hip hop songs that I hear, but the the sort of meter and the melody sensibilities are different, markedly different than I'm used to, and that are natural to me. And I think in this collection of songs, this is where it's probably most present, because usually I just don't latch on to those kind of songs because it doesn't. I don't know. It's just this doesn't sound like music to me, or there's not stuff to like latch onto. But this song, yeah, really built on itself to where maybe it just gets more conventional as it goes. But the the placement of it for me, I ultimately love that it has this little intro where you hear a staticky TV, and then I think, what is it? I don't have the lyrics in front of me, but it's something like a conversation where it's like, hey, nothing much, just wrapping up another season. And I was like, oh, that's great, because that's what these mixes are for me. So it really kind of announced itself to me late in the process, only when I was like compiling it. I was like, oh, that's gotta, as you put it, it has first song energy. But that's all for me for that one.
It is funny that that you say that. That because I kind of had the same experience listening to that song when I put your mix on at first. That like probably the first minute and a half of it, I'm like, I don't know if I'm really feeling this.
Yeah.
But as you said, it kind of builds on itself and just sort of like just I don't know, gets more something, right?
Yeah, it picks up steam, and it gets into that
does.
round like towards the end of like,
Yeah.
even if this isn't over, and I'm like, by that point, I'm just like, because I've had that experience about, do I like this so many times, even sometimes still, and then it gets like halfway through, and I'm like, this is awesome.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, like every now and then I'll hear something, I'm like, I can't tell if I hate this or if I love it, and there's no in between, but it's one or the other. And
Yeah.
but yeah, that song definitely yeah, the first minute and a half of it, I'm like, I don't know about this, and then like by the time it's we're getting into it and it's approaching the end, I'm like, man, this song's awesome. You know.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Yeah. Like,
I have yet to look up any of this, artist's other work, but that one really struck me from that collection, and I'm glad to have a place for it in my sort of library and in my mind. This idea that may or may not be a good one, and we can always deviate. But what if, rather than just ping pong, like when we, like I'd like to jump into my second track because I can hear the transition in my head,
yeah,
and so maybe we can do that ever, like, I'll, when it goes back to you, maybe you do two in a row or something, like sometimes, so that you can have, because that's one of the great things. I mean, you do it better than anybody, I think, in terms of, and it's this collection in particular. There were so many times where, as I listened to it more, I was uncertain if the song had changed to a different part of the same song or to a new song. That's it. So that line is so wonderfully blurred. But anyway, to kind of honor
Love
the
that. Thank you.
transition. Oh, yeah, thank you. Um,
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Like maybe just
I'll
sort of
try that.
approach it in like in blocks that make sense within each other. I'm good with that.
Yeah. I don't know what made me think of it. And actually, as I look at these first couple, or you were talking about doing three in a row. Maybe I'll do three in a row. We'll see how it goes, based on the
and,
transition thing.
and real quick, I'll say probably about a half hour before we jumped on the call, I watched the trailer for that movie, and I want to watch that. That looks really cool.
Oh, good, good. I don't know, yeah, where it's available. I mean, I'm sure it's available, just whatever streaming. It's unusual, and I don't know if I loved or hated it, but it was so distinct that I was compelled by it, for sure. Um, so yeah, yeah, and I'd be curious like how it hits you if you watch it.
Yeah, I'll give you some feedback.
Sweet, sweet. Okay, so it's a kind of unusual song that another season, and then I'm realizing we talked about this organization and the autobiographical nature of it, and I emphasize that for myself. But as I look at my list, I just don't think my personal year had a distinctive enough arc, emotional arc that I could trace. I mean, I think the end is pretty similar to both of our mixes based on the end of the 2024. But I
Yeah.
think as I look at the first, three-fourths of mine, maybe it's the first half. There isn't so much a chronological or even emotional arc to mine. It's really just trying to build it out as an album that flows. And then for me, the second song, React Respond from Pearl Jam, I just love the way it jumps in that na 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 na, like coming out of that mellow song. Um, and Jesus Christ, that I love their album. Like, I just there's a few like for me. I felt that way about the previous one, Gigaton, but I think I like this one, Dark Matter, even more. Uh, and I guess they don't make albums as often, but when they do, man, this one's so worthwhile. And as I understand it, it happened hot on the heels of Eddie Vedder's solo album, Earthling, that was produced by Andrew Watt, which I think itself was a record that came about unexpectedly. I'm sure we talked about it last year, but like I think he just went into the studio to record something in particular, a song for maybe a benefit or something like that. But working with Watt, as he calls him, it was so fast. Like I guess Andrew Watt's this like Pearl Jam super fan, and the rumor or what I heard, I think it's actually true, is that each day of the recording session with Pearl Jam for the album Dark Matter, he would wear a different Pearl Jam like concert T-shirt. But he's a younger guy, certainly younger than them at least, and I just think brought a lot of energy to the recording sessions. And yeah, I think that Vedder had such a good time and good experience working with him on the Earthling album that I think during that, like, called the guys is like, I think we need to coalesce around this opportunity to work with this guy. But so I just love the sound of that whole Dark Matter album. Incidentally, too, I know you're interested in like stats or like the like previous appearances and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So Andrew Watt, I think it's my 2015 or 16 mix. He's on it as a solo artist with a song called "Ghost in My Head," I think, or that might just be the chorus. And that's a hot minute ago. And so, but that was because my brother was into him, and I think that is because he worked with Glenn Hughes, maybe on his California Breed project. So Glenn Hughes of like Deep Purple, and I think he was in that Black Country Communion band my brother really liked. Anyway, that's a little rabbit hole. But I knew of Andrew Watt because of that work. And I think similarly, too, like the way that he worked with, I think I saw a making of for that California Breed record. And I think I had something probably on that, one of my mixes based around that. But I think in that album, like he captured a. I think he tricked like Glenn Hughes into. I think I hope that's the right person. Like he didn't realize that he had just sung the whole album and like it had been recording and stuff. Like he wasn't really thinking about it that way. And I guess what works in this kind of mischievous, just capturing the spontaneity of it all. And anyway, he brought the best out of Pearl Jam on all of those songs, and this one in particular, I love the interplay of Stone, the guitarist Stone and Mike, and bassist Jeff Ament. Like they're all just doing these funky, like weird things that are colliding, and I just love it so much. And I love the sentiment of it. So there you go.
Yeah, I like that. I like that album a lot too. And that song. I mean, both of the so at least on the Spotify version, both of the Pearl Jam songs that you included on there from that album were two of my favorites off of that album. So yeah,
Oh, cool.
it is a damn good album. You're right.
Yeah. I was gonna try to avoid mentioning this because I don't want to remind her, but she'll never hear this. I posted about the album on social media when I first heard it and was really excited about it. And I said the phrase crunchy grooves. I wrote the phrase crunchy grooves. And my wife was just disgusted by she didn't find it like gross. She just was like, what is wrong with you? What are you crunchy grooves? Anyway, she made fun of me so much for that crunchy grooves thing that I was hesitant to bring it up, but it's all I could think of. These are crunchy grooves.
I mean, like I hear the phrase crunchy grooves and and I've heard the album and I go, yeah, that's an accurate phrase. That's a good way to describe it.
Bless
Like,
your heart.
I'm with you.
I can just see like Stone Gossard doing that thing when he plays guitar and he's like, he does this thing with his face.
Yeah, like I feel that. Yeah.
Oh, goodness. Well, I'm glad you understand. That makes me feel better.
I do.
And then
but
oh, go ahead, play.
the fact that the fact that I'm the one that's backing you up here probably makes your wife right.
I know. Well,
probably validates
not everything
stance.
is for everybody. So you gotta have one of our friends will kind of give me some grief for going out with other friends or something like that. He'll be like, he'll call, he's like, these are real friends and all this. And I'll just joke. I was like, look, I gotta spread this around. I'm a lot. I gotta spread this across different relationships for different things. Like, this is for the best.
Yeah.
I'm doing you a favor.
Yeah. There can't be too much of this in one place.
No.
It starts to, I like that.
Well, so I wanted to talk about two in a row, and it might be three ultimately. Sorry, but because
go ahead, keep going.
My track three starts. Maybe it's from the previous album, but something about the opening of this next song is so similar to the start of a recent Pearl Jam song that I was like, this is such. When I'm trying to figure out like what follows what and why, this announced itself to me as like inevitable, because it's like this could be, at first it sounds like the next track on a Pearl Jam record from the last couple years, but it is a very different artist. The song is Because of Course by Maren Morris, who I learned of her last year because of my friend Kate, who popped up on the discussion of what was that? So I can't remember which of her songs I included last year, but that was what put her on my radar. And so she just became somebody I checked in on to see if they put out anything new. And I liked at least a couple of songs from whatever this release was. But something about this one just grabbed me right away, like very emotionally. It's a pretty straightforward pop song, but yeah, I don't know. I think it's just because, yeah, 2024 was difficult, and this felt like the kind of support I'd like to give the people in my life, you know. So
yeah, I absolutely love this song. Um, so I actually I came across this one also independently of you, and like this is a song that I listened to a lot this year. I think that's another one that just popped up on like that Spotify like release radar playlist that comes out every Friday. Um, and I mentioned kind of at the top of this that you know, while trying to make the songs fit the theme, there was some stuff that I wanted to include that I had to ultimately axe, and this was one of those songs actually. Like I
Oh,
had this sitting
wow.
in my list of like things that I wanted to include, but I just couldn't find a place for it. So ultimately, it did make the cut. But like this year, just I don't know, there was it seems like there is just so much music released this year, at least like a ton of stuff that I came across. So I felt bad leaving a lot of songs off that I wanted to include. So this year I actually do have a second playlist that's like a bonus edition of the mix album. So like my mix album is It May Feel Bad, and then the supplemental is It Still Feels Bad. So
I
it's
love
like
that
a yeah.
so much.
Yeah, and this song is on that bonus playlist.
Oh, I'm gonna, yeah, I had just finished reading the liner notes today, even though I listened to the album a bunch of times. Today was when I finally finished reading, and that's toward the end of the liner notes announcing that other
Yeah.
playlist. And as soon as I saw that, I was like, that is such a great title, such a great like, and I was like, oh, chomping at the bit to listen to it. And I didn't, and I'll mention why I didn't listen yet in terms of the last few hours. But the only thing keeping me from that actually will come up when I talk about my next track. But you're due a few here, so tell me about. Oh, we're only on number two for you.
Yeah, sure. So I'll grab like the next two here then. So we're kind of still in or now like we're past the intro. So now we're kind of in that phase of like, hey, this is the beginning of the year. I like coming out of last year, just you know, everything was I was having a great time. Yeah, in the beginning of the year. You know, things were really good. And so yeah, like January, end of January into February last year, I took an awesome trip out took like a week long trip out to pardon me, out to Lake Tahoe and then to Las Vegas, which I'd been to Lake Tahoe once, like as a small child, so I barely remember it. But went out there this past year to go skiing. It was my first time skiing out in that area, which beautiful, just absolutely breathtaking, beautiful, amazing scenery and just great skiing. Um, and then so I spent a couple of nights there, and then spent a couple of nights down in Las Vegas, which was my first time ever in Las Vegas too.
Oh wow.
Fantastic time hanging out there too. But the main point of the trip to go there was to go see U2 at the Sphere, which I knew you were going to appreciate.
I'm so psyched about this.
Yes, it was such a good show, and the venue was just so freaking amazing. Just yeah, it was awesome experience all around the entire trip. Um, but yeah, so Atomic City was a song that they had recorded last, I guess 2 years ago now. I keep forgetting that we're now in 2025. But yeah, so this was one of two songs that's on my mix that was not released in 2024. But yeah, so it was a song that they recorded to commemorate their residency at the Sphere, and like, damn, it's an awesome song. And so yeah, so it's on the mix more or less to kind of commemorate that trip and the fact that I finally got to see. That was my first time seeing them, so a chance to finally knock them off the bucket list. And it's a damn good song too. And I like coming out of that Starburster song and just jumping in with like the drums and then boom into the guitar riff, and you're into that next song. Like it just, like Atomic City could have worked as an opening track, I think. But I
Mm.
really like it as a second track also. So it just it's cool. And then there's the fun little blurb about like Debbie Harry and Giorgio Moroder getting getting
Oh yeah.
songwriting credits in there
Yeah. Yeah.
too. Which I mean, which is cool that they extended those credits. Like I don't know the whole story behind it, but like I see the similarity. I see that little melodic similarity in there. I don't know if it's enough to where like there could have been any legal anything going on, but like, yeah, I guess U2's not hurting for money either, so you can
Yeah.
give across some of the credits. And then so it goes from there into Arrested Youth, a song called "It's My Life, I'm Taking It Back." So Arrested Youth is actually it's just a solo project from this guy named Ian Johnson, and I think he's had like some moderate success. Like I don't think he's ever been like a huge name or anything like that, but like he's kind of been around sort of like the modern indie rock scene for a little while. Like he I think toured with like 21 Pilots and bands like that. Um, I saw him a couple of years ago opening up for a small show in Columbus, where Dreamers was the headliner and Iron Tom was on before them, and then Arrested Youth was the opener, which I was not familiar with him at the time. And he was kind of doing more of like almost like a electronic indie hip hop kind of influenced sound, which is typical. I mean, like I try not to like hate on entire genres or anything like that, but like there's genres that I just don't really reach for and don't really listen to that often, and that's kind of like it's probably not something that I would normally listen to, but like his stuff was super catchy. I thought the lyrics were really good, like musically, like I was grooving to it. So like I listened to quite a bit of the EP that he was touring on at the time, and I absolutely loved it. And then, so the first single off of this, like I hadn't seen anything of him for a while. Wasn't really sure where he went or anything like that. I kind of forgot about him, to be honest with you. And then there's a single that came out earlier this year called "Walked Out in the Middle of the Night," that had more of this type of sound to it, just more of like a upbeat indie, like folky, like almost Mumfordish kind of feel to it. I'm like, whoa, this is a huge departure from what I'm normally used to from this guy. But man, it's enthralling to me. I could not get enough of that song. And then once the album came out, I love every track on it.
Oh, wow.
And my initial thought was to include that single because I listened to the hell out of that single, and like according to the Spotify Rap data, I think it was in the top 5 of specific songs that I'd listened to. But lyrically, there's something about this song that like really resonated with me. And I know like him, he went through brain surgery and things like and stuff like that to cure a I will completely mispronounce the diagnosis that he had, so I'm not even gonna try. But yeah, so he's gone through quite a bit over the last couple of years, which is why he hasn't been making music. And I'm sure that's what this song is about, is his own personal physical journey. But for me, it just resonates to me as someone who has been kind of going through a little bit of midlife crisis-y thoughts and things like that recently, and just reevaluating things that I want to spend my time and effort on. And yeah, it just resonates to me as like as just being able to say like, hey, it's my life. I'm going to do what I want with it. I'm going to enjoy the things that I enjoy, not ironically, but realistically. Yeah, I'm going to take that trip that I want to take. I'm going to buy that thing I want to buy. I'm going to have the conversation with David that I want to have. Like it's to me, it's kind of that type of connection that I have with it. And plus music, plus it's just super catchy and fun to listen to.
Oh, yeah. This was one, I think. Well, okay, these two, I have some thoughts. But starting with the Arrested Youth song, I think yeah, it's one of those. That's the kind. These are the kind of lyrics. This is like that I wish I could have or would have, and that I need. So it's
Yeah,
just like,
yeah.
oh yeah, this will do. What was the name of the thing where you loved every track on it? Is that the Too Late to Start Over or
Oh
the?
yeah, 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 yeah. That was the
Okay,
album that was off of. Yeah.
I gotta look that up. Um, but yeah, I this was one of the ones I was like, I should probably download this on its own. I was really into it. I love to. I had highlighted in your notes, which I just can't recommend enough for anyone that somehow hears this and may not have read them. Like, I just love your your liner notes. Um, there's a thing in there where you said, I think I included this. They're so conversational where it's like, I'm pretty sure I included both these bands on my mix from whatever year that was. Dot dot dot. Checks records. Yep. I love the checks records. But yeah, no, I love this song a lot. And then Atomic City, I think I probably would have listened to once, decided it wasn't what I needed in that moment 2 years ago, and not listened again. And somehow, well, not, I don't know. It was gonna be like it's mysterious. But this Vegas Sphere thing was the first time since in my adult life, I didn't go to a U2 tour. I mean,
Really?
I don't know if you and I have talked about it. I imagine so, but like I met my wife by happenstance at a U2 show. Some of my dearest friends, like that's a unifying thing that we talk about. And that band is just like so important to me. Even in the last 2 months, I don't quite know. Oh, I do know why. I asked my wife for the How to Dismantle an Atomic Bomb like big box set. That was the tour, the Vertigo tour that we met on. I've got it here. I asked for it for Christmas,
Oh,
and
nice.
they've been doing this wonderful thing where since Acting Baby in 2010, where they'll release. So this is CDs, but it's vinyl size, and it's got all this stuff. It's got a book, like you were showing me about the porcupine tree. I haven't looked at much of it yet, to be honest. But so they did this release, How to Dismantle an Atomic Bomb. And then they included a live 2 disc thing that had been available on DVD but never like on CD. And then I guess they called it How to Reassemble an Atomic Bomb. Um, and I think it's kind of not just outtakes from the album, but some reworkings of things. And anyway, I was waiting to kind of dig into all that till I got this, and I'm waiting still. I haven't found the right moment, but in anticipation of that. Um, I it took a I just I dove back in and like listened to a bunch of their live albums. I re-listened to Bono's terrific memoir called Surrender, which organizes around 40 songs, 40 U2 songs, and he kind of puts his life into context through that. But anyway, that's all to say, like, this band means so much to me, but somehow this song escaped me and the Sphere experience in general. I think so. The last couple of few years, I guess, middle age has some challenges for those who are not there yet. And collectively, as a unit, my wife and I have maybe not had the most smooth sailing of the last few years. And we even like, to give you an example, scored tickets, good tickets to Bono's Broadway thing, where he was like performing stuff from his book. It was a little bit like the Springsteen on Broadway deal, but it was more limited. And we ultimately just had to like not go. It was just like such a kind of a bad
Oh,
time that,
yeah.
that we sort of realized like, I don't think we can do this. So we sold the tickets and all that, and we considered the Sphere thing, and it was kind of similar. I also think there's a little bit of something in it that if they're drunk, if Larry Mullen Jr. was there, I think maybe we would have made a point. And that sounds weird, maybe, but that's part of the appeal of that band, I think, to me, is like those guys have been in this band, this gang, as they sometimes call it, since they were in their like early teens.
Yeah.
And you know, Larry, their drummer, was just like physically unable to do it, had to get a surgery and stuff like that. And I think they're making some new music right now, and hopefully he'll be a part of that and touring. But for whatever reason, we just missed that whole Sphere deal. And so, but now I really do love this song. And even just today, on maybe my fifth listen through the collection, it came up number two, and I have a terrible short-term memory. So which is just not great for fucking anything. Like, but so it came up. I'm hearing these opening strings. I'm like, fuck, what's this now? Like, well, of course I like this. It's you
Yeah.
too. But it's such a
I love
treat
that.
to be because it's for me, obviously, like 15 years of you including things on mixes that I've never heard, like 75, 90% of it, whatever,
Yeah.
that I'm never surprised by that there are things that I like. But this is probably the first time that it's like one of my all-time favorite bands that you introduced me to. Uh, and even as much as soon as today, I was like, oh, wow, what's this?
I love that.
I
That's
love it.
hilarious. And it's funny because like also as I was putting this thing together too, and it's I knew right away that I'm gonna include that song just because of what it's like the memory and the event that it's connected to with me. So like right off the like that song has a spot on the play on the mix, like it needed to be on there. But as I'm putting it on there and like arranging the stuff, like I know in the back, I know what this album is now in the back of my mind, like 15 years ago when I was doing these and passing them out to people, it's like, yeah, it is kind of somewhat autobiographical, but like I'm also in I don't know, it was trying to also serve the purpose of like introducing friends to new music, like, hey, this is what I really liked. I want to share it with you. Um, I don't think it really serves that purpose anymore. I don't know if anybody else is caring or listening to these. I think these mixes have more become kind of time capsules for myself to listen back to years later and remember the things that I was into and remember the things that happened that year that caused me to like that music. But I also know that the only other person that I know for sure is going to listen to it and care about it is you.
Yeah.
so, and I knew that we would have this conversation. So it's like, as I'm putting that song on there, I'm like, oh, David's going to like this.
I do. I really do. Yeah, and it gave me like it kind of gave me that song. Like I missed that song, and now I've got it, and I've got to, old man Ullman's got to download it. And what's funny or coincidental is like I am going to spend this time with this new collection, the How to Reassemble an Atomic Bomb, and this song's called Atomic City. You
Oh
know,
yeah.
might be on my next year mix. I kept thinking that, like, as I was like, oh, I gotta download this song, this song. I'm like, I think my next year mix is just gonna be Kevin's 2024 mix. There's so many good songs. Or I mean songs I like. I very get silly about the wording about what's good and not good. And anyway, where are we at? You were gonna do two in a row. Did you do two in a row?
Yeah, so yeah, let's jump back into yours.
Okay, so my next track is called Kids from the New Kids on the Block.
And which is unironically enjoyed, correct?
Yes, yeah. Boy, I could kind of go on, but this is not the first time I've included a New Kids on the Block song on one of my mixes in recent years. This is, I think, at least the third, and I'm not super sure how it got on my radar. It's possible that so I have a group of cousins. What would it, there would be? I guess there would be five of us collectively. And it might have been one of them that sent this song because there was a video for it where it's like them as like whatever age they are, these middle-aged dads. I don't know if they're all dads, but they're doing things like leaf blowing and stuff like that in the song, and it's great. But it's just this sort of irresistible pop song, which is there have been a lot of three of them in the last 4 or 5 years that found their way into my playlist, and I just love them all so much. And this year, for the first time in maybe 2 or 3 years, I did write liner notes, which, I guess if you're hearing this or whatever, I'll put it in the chat. But these are kind of verbal versions thereof. But as I was trying to not be precious about what I wrote about the songs or not try to put too much like research or whatever, because the only reason I didn't do them for a few years was because I'm trying to do a lot of other things, and I just make such a chore out of all this. And as rewarding as it can sometimes be and lead me to other great stuff, just like looking into the artists and the songs, I just didn't do it and relied on these conversations for some context for me for years to come. But anyway, I decided this year there was some stuff I just I kind of included it for a reason, and I felt it would have been kind of defeat the purpose to not mention why. But this is I don't know why I'm talking about it for this song because that's not for this one. But when I was like, okay, what do I say about this song? And I just was like, you know what? I've loved New Kids since I was 10 years old. I took a big break, but in terms of like paying any attention to them at all.
I mean,
And
to
to
be fair, they took a big break too. So
yeah, yeah.
yeah, yeah.
And I tried to dive in, like I found like a playlist on Spotify. I was like, maybe there's other great songs in this album. So I'm not so sure that's true, but but this one is so much fun. And I love sort of this is weird. This is the vehicle for some of these thoughts, but I think the thing that I love most in songs as a constant is I love like resilient music. I love that about that song. I'm taking it's my life. I'm taking it back. That I always really spark to that, and a lot of times when I'm writing music, I try to infuse it with that sort of spirit, and I think there's a bit of that in this song. But I just love the things like I just love the music of it, and similarly to the U2 thing, like these are like five guys that have been doing this since they were really young, and there's something really charming about that. Um, and yeah, so I love this song, and I think I mentioned earlier that the only reason I didn't jump right over to your "It Still Hurts" mix was because of another reason, and so I'll share that quickly or try to quickly. Saturdays are the day where I like to take my longest walk of the week. And my favorite thing to do is to listen to a podcast that has been recently restarted. I can't remember if we've talked about it, but if not, I need to tell you more about it. But I need to at least name it, which is called 60 Songs that Explain the 90s. Have we talked about this?
I don't think so.
Whoo boy. This is magic. It started in maybe 2021. It's written and hosted by a guy named Rob Harvilla, who's right around my age, and as it turns out, spent at least a certain portion of his life in Northeast Ohio. Today, the thing that I love to listen to that podcast, which I came to very late. I savor it. I listen to it only on these Saturday walks, and I hadn't listened, and I hadn't had this walk in maybe a month or something. So I'm like, I need a little bit of 60 songs. Uh, I started, so it's on all the major podcast platforms. It started as 60 songs. It grew to, I think, 120 ultimately.
Wow.
And just recently, they've relaunched it on the same feed with what I don't know what you call it, the early 2000s or something. So they're starting with like, 2000 to probably 2010 and doing it for that.
I was gonna say I just pulled up the feed on Spotify and like the first couple of songs. I'm like, wait a minute, this didn't come out in the 90s.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not even super sure what those songs are because I sorted my order to be like oldest to newest because I started by listening. So this again was recommended me by my friend Kate, who I can't remember which song she wanted me to listen to. But I started with the songs that I liked or the songs that I wanted to hear him talk about. Um, and I remember like a lot of podcasts, it's all about the host, for me at least. And if the person is kind of irksome, it can be hard to get into it.
Yeah.
And there might have been a little bit of a curve with trying to like kind of get on board with Rob and his sort of personality, but I certainly did. And now it's one of the things I look forward to most every week is like my installment of this thing that he did like years ago I'll eventually catch up to the present. But I remember like listening to the song so he did an episode on One from U2, and I'm sure we probably talked about this or something, but like so in as much as that band means so much to me, like I know a great deal about them. I personalize a lot of it. Bono's can be a much maligned like public figure or at least poked a lot of fun at. But for me, he's like a family member that I can make fun of, but like I don't like other people making fun of him. So I was a little worried about the episode. I'm like, because if he's gonna do some of this, like they were good up to Joshua Tree, and then like they're gonna shit on you too, I'm gonna have a problem with it. But Rob Harvilla, Mr. Harvilla, I'm gonna call him Rob, is great about he just doesn't do that like really with anybody. So in any of the songs he talks about, he doesn't shit on anybody. And it's great. And it's such a wonderful overview of the 90s, which was such, it was a bit more it was the internet comes in towards the tail end, but it was like we were all watching the same things or like MTV and stuff. And so you would see whatever was there, and it was such a, you know, popular there was all these different things. Like I was familiar with country music. I was familiar with hip hop music from that time. I was familiar with rock and alternative and pop and adult contemporary. Like all of those things. Like I kind of have a familiarity with all of it because of the age I was and because of how limited the channels were. So it's so fascinating to hear him like do these deep dives. And as he got further into the series, he would start to do this thing where he would talk about his he would work his way up to kind of a personal connection to the song, but he would often do it through a different group that he didn't ultimately otherwise cover in the series. And today's episode for me was the episode on Britney Spears' Baby One More Time, which on its as a title, I wouldn't be like, "Oh, I can't wait to listen to that episode." I start the episode right after finishing my most recent listen of your mix. And he says, in 1989, New Kids on the Block played the Medina County Fair. And
Huh.
you and I being from that area, and then he said, Rob says he lived like 2 blocks away and could hear the screaming young women from his house. I was like,
Huh.
he lived 2 blocks away from the Medina County Fairgrounds.
Wow.
So that specificity comes up in this series a lot where he'll talk about things from Northeast Ohio or from like Scene Magazine or like Bob Serpentini ads or like, and I'm just like, I'm already a
Oh, I remember those ads. Yeah.
yes, already a profoundly nostalgic part and like just formative part of my life. Like almost all of the things that I love come from the late 80s to like mid 90s, in terms of like my sort of uh fundamental tastes and stuff. Anyway, so I cannot recommend that podcast more highly, and I think it is extra fun because how often for people who grew up in Northeast Ohio because of how often things very specific to Northeast Ohio come up in it. And just coincidentally today, he spent the first maybe 10, 15 minutes of the episode about Britney Spears talking about the New Kids on the Block. And it reminded me of all of that. And so it was bizarre because I was like, oh, wow, I know I'm going to be talking about this in like an hour. Anyway, so there you go. That's
that's
my TED
that's
Talk on New Kids for this
that's
year.
really cool.
To be continued next year, perhaps. I don't know.
I'm definitely going to check this podcast out too. I was just kind of scrolling through some of the various episodes and songs that are on here, and like, yeah, there's a lot that I would be interested to hear some deep dives into.
It's so fun. And I guess the other thing I didn't share about it that's a fundamental part of it is because he'll use the song to kind of talk about the artist's career and maybe the kind of cultural place that they held. But, he's a middle-aged white dude. And so one of the ways that he helps kind of widen the perspective is like the first half of the show is him talking about it. And the second half, he has on a guest who's usually a music journalist of some kind, but they'll usually more closely align with whatever the identity of the person creating the song is so that they can
Hmm.
so if it's like an African American hip hop artist, then you get somebody who understands that experience more intimately and can speak about it both more knowledgeably, but also it's not just like a white dude talking about Mary J. Blige or whatever. So,
Yeah,
so that's a pretty cool part of it as well, and
that
also
is cool.
just then it goes from a thing that he kind of writes and that has a very specific voice. I think there's a book of the songs up to a certain point. Oh, I just love it so much. It's hard for me to dole out. Like it's hard for me to like stop listening to it at the end of, maybe I'll do two on a Saturday. But yeah, just coincidentally today, there's not a New Kids on the Block episode, but he talked about him for a while. And so
Ah,
did
that's very
I.
cool. And also I was gonna say that I'm glad that you went back to typing up the notes because earlier today I was just rereading some of the notes that you typed up, and and you had the link in your notes for the music video for this song.
Yeah.
So, oh, I'm gonna watch that. And
Oh,
man,
good.
what a fun video.
Oh,
It's so
yeah.
fun.
That's a great word for the song in general too.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
I love that we're
And it like,
still just kids from a nobody town, still just
yeah,
kids messing around, making the most of the things that we found. I mean, they didn't even write the song, but like to hear them sing it and just to think about that, making the most of the things that we found. I'm like, that's lovely.
yeah, like it does. I was gonna ask if they wrote it. But yeah, I mean it does, it just feels like they're just having fun. They're not taking this seriously. They're just having fun with it. And like, yeah, absolutely. You should be having fun with it.
Yeah.
But like also musically, because I did the same thing that you did. I listened to your whole mix first without looking at the track list and without like looking at the notes or anything like that. Like I just wanted to take it in and listen to it. And I think like afterward, looking back at the notes, and I saw like you included a New Kids on the Block song. I'm like, which one was it? Where was that at? Because musically, this sounds like a contemporary band. Like it doesn't sound like a
Oh,
band from 30 years ago or whatever like that, or 40 years ago, however long it's been.
right.
That's trying to hang around and still put out new stuff. It sounds like a contemporary band to me. So yeah, I love that. Like it's still it. I mean, success wise, I don't know if they're still relevant, but musically, it sounds still relevant to me. Like it's oh, it's cool. I loved it. I loved it.
Oh, I'm so
Unironically.
glad. Thank you. Thank you. What's up next for you?
um yeah, so I'll kind of go through the next I'll go through like the next two here. So we go from that Arrested Youth into Taylor Swift, which again, talking about unironically loving something. That this was hands down my favorite album of the year. Like I've always appreciated her and her music. I've never like been a fan, I guess, but like there's every time she puts out an album, I'll give it a listen, and there's usually like 4 or 5 songs that I'll latch onto and think are really good, and then the rest of the album, I usually just kind of skip through it. So again, like not a hardcore fan or anything like that, but I definitely appreciate it. I enjoy it. But man, just something about this album, and I didn't. I think there's a couple of different versions of it too, but right away I went for like, yeah, let me listen to the big anthology version of it. It's 31 tracks. It's 2 hours of music. Hey, kitty, come here. She didn't come over. Um, so it in just yeah, I don't know what it is about it. Like it's not radically different from the last couple albums that she put out, but to me, there's just something that those albums were missing that this one has, and every song on it just spoke to me not only lyrically and thematically, but like musically. I loved the vibe of the entire album. It's like something that I can just put on and just lose myself in and just experience. Yeah.
Hmm.
So yeah, I absolutely loved it. And so this song is track 3 on the album, and it's really like, you know, the first 2 songs I listened to, I'm like, yeah, I'm liking this, and then this song came on, I'm like, oh shit, I'm hooked. You know. So just I don't know, musically, I love the vibe of this song, and I think like it's very synth wave, like it's very like chill synth wavy stylistically, which is something that I've been getting into a little bit more this year too. I think just in general, as a music style. And yeah, I don't know, like lyrically, I know it's not written for me and for my perspective by any means, but like I kind of approach it in a way of like, so the song is "My Boy Only Breaks His Favorite Toys." Obviously, it's, you know, it's about a breakup and about like about someone who just doesn't appreciate the person that he's with, and like I know that I've been that person. You know, not anything to take pride in or anything like that, and like, in during the earlier part of the year, as I alluded to at the top of the of our conversation here, I went through a breakup, and like it's it was a relationship that wasn't ultimately gonna last, I think. But I also recognize that there's a lot of issues that I have to work out, just for myself, and there's a lot of if I'm gonna assign a percentage for who's at fault, it's definitely way more me. So, um, like this song speaks to me in that regard. That like, yeah, I get it. I have shit that I need to work through. I have toys that I have broken, and it's yeah, like being aware of it is definitely helpful just in and of itself, but it is, there's things that I am trying to kind of actively work through and learn, not only learn about myself but then correct. And so yeah, just kind of, lyrically and thematically, this hits home to me. And then for the overall overall arc, that's a tough couple of words to spit out of the album. Like this is kind of the part where we're at. Like things are no longer super happy. Like now we're kind of going through this breakup. Now I'm kind of reflecting on things, and it weighed on me for a while before it actually happened too. So then we go from this song into the Beaches, Takes One to Know One. Beaches, just Canadian all-female indie rock band. I fucking love them. They're so fun. They're so fun to listen to. I saw them live earlier this year, and my God, what an amazing concert! Like they just, it's such a fun atmosphere to be at the show, but they also sounded so good, and just played so well. Like the whole set was just high energy, great to just such a fun time. And then so this song was a standalone single from them, not a part of any album. They did put out an album last year, which there's a song called Blame Brett on there that I think I had on
I
my
remember
mix
that.
last year.
Yeah.
So it's cool to see, like, if you remember the Agora, like they filled up the main hall of the Agora, which, like, holy crap, you're getting a pretty bigger audience than I even expected. But yeah, like I don't know, it's so much fun. And like this song lyrically also, like, there's a little bit of spite in there, but also I love the way that she's approaching her writing to this song of basically kind of saying like yeah, you're a jerk, but takes one to know one. Like everything that everything that you're doing, I'll one up it because I'm even worse. And I love that. Like it's such a interesting way to approach songwriting and to approach a topic like that. So yeah, absolutely loved it. But yeah, that's kind of where I was at too. And again, I sort of like identify with that song too. I like kind of going back where I mentioned a little bit about the breakup, that like, yeah, I think it was mostly me. So yeah, it's like anything that not that I'm gonna say anything bad about her or anything like that, but it's like, if there is anything bad to say, I can't, because I probably have worse things to say about myself. So it's that's so yeah. But yeah, that's those two songs. Just as songs, I absolutely love them.
Great, a great pairing too.
Thank you.
So in terms of a couple of reasons for me. So also this is one of those ones too where I was like, I gotta download this. I love this song, the Beaches song. Like I just love the sound of it. I think you mentioned the synthwave thing, and I really have a fondness for 80s music.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, just I was like a little kid for all of that, and so it reminds me of, like, just the simplest time in
Yep.
my life, but also so, and probably because of that or whatever reason, I just love that palette, of synths and stuff. Yeah, love this song. I didn't connect it until I read the liner notes about the Blame Brett, but I do need to look into them more, just because I love the sound of it. I love the sentiment. I mean, as I get older and get better at this myself. Like I just love someone taking responsibility for their shit. Like so much.
Right.
I
Yeah.
find
Yeah.
it so like aspirational. And and similar and kind of coincidentally, my favorite Taylor Swift song is Antihero because of I'm sure there are other instances. I'm very scared to talk about Taylor Swift because I'm Swiftie. Not that there'll be much, if anyone listens to this. But and I think one of the reasons I can just imagine that there will be a time in my life where I lock in as a proper fan to Taylor Swift. It hasn't happened yet. You're the second one of my dear friends now to like join that club. One of them is like just such a Swiftie that I hope he doesn't hear this, and I don't want to say anything bad about Taylor Swift for fear of hurting his feelings. Um, but that yeah, so I think one of the reasons though that it hasn't been that I haven't been able to kind of click in with her is because I've been in the same committed relationship for like 19 years now. So breakup songs and obviously like yeah, I've got my own problems, but they're just not kind of new love problems. And they haven't been for such a long time. So there's just, for someone that approaches music or looks to music for what I do, there's just not a lot to latch onto. So the things that she's so often singing about don't resonate for me. Um, but it's hard to, like her songs can be so irresistible. I mean, it's
Yeah.
no mystery like why people are so into it. She has such a distinct, when I was talking earlier about the different melodies, the for hers are not, they're not inaccessible, but she has a certain meter to her poetry and singing that is so specifically hers that because of that a lot of her songs end up sounding the same to me because she's doing like her thing. But like that's great also because it's like if you can have a stamp that someone will know so clearly that it is so and so song. I mean that's a big deal. But
It's
y-
interesting that you say that too. And you put that more succinctly than I think I would have. But you're absolutely right, and I think that's something that I've picked up on too. And part of the reason I think why I haven't connected so much with a lot of her previous albums is because of that meter, like that distinct like signature, I guess, in her delivery and her writing, to where some of the stuff does, we talked about this before, I think, where I'm very much a like music and melody first, and then
Mm.
after having listened to the song a couple of times, then I'll start to notice the lyrics and connect to it there. But like it's that it's everything else that hooks me first. And I think one of the things that kind of turns me off with her music sometimes is the fact that there is sort of that repetitive element from song to song just in her delivery and style and approach. And I mean there's still some of that going on, quite a bit of that going on in this new album too, but I think she also explores different approaches and deliveries and just different ways to stylistically sing and deliver her message on this album that were not present in some of the earlier works. And I think that's part of the reason why I tended to just latch onto this album a lot quicker and a lot more easily than I did with some of her previous albums. But yeah, that's a great observation with her stuff. I've noticed that too.
Ooh, I cannot blow past the fact that I'm very rarely declared right, and no one, maybe ever, has called me succinct. So thank you so much for those two distinctions. I didn't hear anything else you said. I just like, oh, so I'm gonna say something else about her. Just that meter thing that I'm sure has been discussed a billion times, but I've never said out loud to someone else, which was that it seems to me very informed by hip hop. That kind of dunna 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 dunna. Like it's a I don't know. Yes, I'm fascinated by it, and I'm fascinated by people's fascination with her, to be honest. So I might have to cut this out, but maybe I'll leave it in if I'm feeling brave. But my I think my friend was also a college professor, like my wife, not at the same place or anything, but like the same one about the mixes, like that's the big Swifty. He teaches a college class around her actually,
Oh wow.
and he got some like national press because of that. But so he's obviously locked in.
Yeah.
uh, but I think to try, and he told me recently that part of what got him into her is because his students were so into her, and he was curious about it, and then he became interested himself. And I think similarly, my wife was trying to kind of understand. Both of us are just like we get it, but I understand that she's talented on this, but what's the fucking like big deal, you know? And I have like theory, you know, this like I have any original thoughts, but I think some of it's a little like Harry Potter, where it's like a whole generation of people grew up with the artist, and like matured along with them, and so there's a deep connection there, and
Mhm.
that's paying off in things like the Eras tour and stuff. Um, but so we were trying to understand a little more. She went as far as to watch the concert film. And then we were listening to this album on a road trip. And I don't think we made it all the way through. Yeah, I gotta cut all that out. What was I getting at there? Oh, the hip hop thing. I was fascinated by this. So this is why I should have cut out. Been like, he called me succinct and right. Next. Oh boy. Okay, maybe I should move on to my next song. But I think I'm just the kind of asshole that like in 5 years I'm gonna be like, you hear this Taylor Swift person? But you
it'll
like
it'll
it.
be it'll be on your 2030 mix.
Be like this album 1989. It's
Yeah,
magic.
yeah.
But I think
Like
I
Shake It Off will be like the first track
oh
on,
yeah.
on that. Yeah.
Oh, I mean, for whatever, when I'm trying to like with Taylor Swift, I'm like, I don't get it, all this. I try to remember like all of the, young people that she empowers, and I was like, anyway. Okay. My next track, yeah, I think for me, those first four that I've talked about felt very much like, okay, we're doing like this is how you start a collection, you know? You got the little tease of an open, and then you go boom, 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 boom with the hard rocks,
Yeah.
and then anyway, but track, what would it be? Five. It's called Salt Street Skinny, and it's by my dad and my uncle and dad's 1960s band, the Bushmen, which thanks to my brother and then with a little help from me on the back end, released their first collection of music ever in the year that 2024. It was organized around this original song, which my dad taught me to play guitar. He's the whole reason music's such a big part of my life. My brothers as well. And the high school band was kind of the start of it all. Like they saw the Beatles on Ed Sullivan. So my dad and his three brothers, they grew up with deaf parents. So like there was no music around their house or anything like that, and they were very poor. But then the like so many people's lives were changed by seeing the Beatles, on Ed Sullivan. They did as well, and they wanted to emulate that as kids, and so they built like instruments out of cardboard, like cardboard guitars and drum sets and all that, and they had like a Beatles, like they're as friends, as brothers, and a couple friends, like would play along to the records with these like fake instruments. And then that grew into an actual like garage band, and they would cover songs and play at the lunch hour at their high school, which was like my middle school. And I learned a lot more about this like as I grew older, because when you're a kid, I wasn't that interested in my parents' lives. I was just consumed with my own, and I didn't even know, because he wasn't around a lot, that my uncle was in this band until like I was playing music and in a position to actually be like, hey, I could put together a whole evening of music. What if it was like an evening with the Ullmans? And it was like, anyway, so we connected around it like two pairs of Allman Brothers later in life. And I'm sure we've talked about that in years past with some collections of music that have come out. And last year, or sorry, no, 2023, my uncle Jack, my dad's brother, died. And this Salt Street Skinny EP collects some music that he plays on, but he wasn't around to see it. It was a real shame on a number of levels. But um, so he had told me, I interviewed my uncle for this documentary I've been working on for a long time, and he shared that their bass player was actually a better drummer than him. But and ultimately that bass player Ronnie Osborne plays the drums on this song. And so my dad wrote the song about the lead guitarist in the band, the only person I haven't mentioned yet, which is Larry Griffin, who unfortunately died like a few months after this album or EP was released. So it's on all like the streaming services and stuff. And my brother, my brother Brian, who he produced this recording. He's produced so many of mine. He made these two He made a collection of songs, cover songs that my Uncle Jack recorded called just Friends and Family EP or album. It was a full length album, no original songs on it, and it wasn't on streaming. But I noticed I would just kind of clock on these recordings that we would make in these other collections. Like, so there's the Friends and Family LP that my brother made with Michael Jack, and they had a very close bond. They're both second children with. My uncle would talk a lot about how he was so similar to my brother and how I was so similar to my dad, and there's a real parallels there. And so these two generations of Allman Brothers kind of collaborated in 2000. Well, we finished it in 2022 and 23. These two family albums that we made. They were mostly covers, but some originals. But my dad hadn't written many originals. He wrote a song for my mom for their wedding that I've never heard, and I think it's just like recorded, like maybe he doesn't even remember it. Um, he was a pastor when I was a kid, and he told me in some of the interviews for this documentary that he would kind of arrange acoustic versions of maybe scripture that he would sing. So in a way, those were compositions for like worship services in the 80s, but I just didn't know him to write songs. And so he co-wrote this lullaby with my brother, and that was on that family album in 2022 that we would release under the moniker of the Allman Boys, that's on the streaming services and stuff. But so I would notice as we went along that my brother, who would produce all these things and he would play so many of the instruments himself that were sort of missing from either the covers that they were doing or whatever. But every once in a while, I would look at the credits that he would send along when I would help publish these on our dreamingoutlouds.com Bandcamp site, and help release some of these things on streaming. And even with my brother's help, a handful of them on CD, because he just like, these need to exist in a physical realm. But I was like, oh, the musicians who played this song, that's the Bushmen, that's the high school band. And I would be amused by that. But it started to, over time, I'm like, oh, there's almost enough for a Bushman release here. And there's this one like great photograph of them from the 60s that my dad's wearing like a white suit and like a hat, like not a top hat, not a fedora, but some kind of hat, like the real choice. And he was the lead singer of the group. uh, my uncle Jack is sitting behind the drums, giving this real fuck you stare to the camera. And then the drums are this handwritten, like not even very neat. And it doesn't say the Bushmen plural. It says the Bushman.
The Bushman.
And then the other two guys are standing shoulder to shoulder. And so I always wanted to do something with this. And so my dad finally finished this song, I think because Larry, the namesake of the song, Salt Street Skinny, was maybe not in the best of health, and Jack had already passed away, and his brother Jack, and he's like, I need to make this happen. he'd been toying around with it for years, and it's this kind of bluesy, rock thing that is an ode to his friend. And so they made a an acoustic version and like a full band. Full band plays on both, and my brother plays some of the leads as well. But anyway, I was very excited by it. I included the acoustic version because I think it maybe has the stronger guitar work somehow, and because at the end you hear my dad laugh, which I just love. Uh, and I guess the last thing I wanted to say about it was, I thought this, I mean, so much of my creative life sprung from them doing this in the few years they were in high school. Like it didn't go anywhere. They didn't expect it to, but they poured themselves into it for 2, 3 years, and so much of like what I have done in my 45 years is an echo of that, and I've tried to honor it in the ways that I can. And uh, it occurred to me that, especially exploring their history through this documentary of mine that I've been working on, one of them said it, this whole idea that they grew up in a house without music, the brothers and all this. And it's like, oh, this is kind of an interesting story that I took for granted, both because I didn't know it up to a certain point, and then just because it was something so close to me, I didn't realize the novelty of it or the uniqueness of the circumstance. And so when we were finishing this collection, I'm like publishing it on the streaming services. I was like, this is kind of an interesting story. Maybe I could reach out to some papers, like publications in the Northeast Ohio area. Maybe they would find it fascinating that this group of men in their 70s is like making their first release. And so I did help get them some press coverage in the area, and they went out to lunch with a reporter and a photographer. And so that, yeah, so I included it, because I really, it means a lot to me that this thing came to be. And I also just really like the song.
I love that. Yeah. The photo that you're talking about, is that the photo that was used as the cover art for the EP?
Yes, and on
Yes.
the inside, and I put it like on my website and stuff, but on the inside, like if you open it up for anyone who actually has the CD, are press clippings that they had that I didn't know about for the longest time either, from a newspaper that went out of print in the late 80s called the Rittman Press, of the small town that we're from, of like 6,000 people. But they would be written about kind of often, like not, I mean, often, but enough to like have a collage of their press clippings. So,
That's so awesome. I
um,
love that. I have the photo pulled up on Spotify here now. I love I love the
love that that
Bushman
can
on
happen.
the drum
Yeah.
head too.
Yeah.
That's so fantastic.
I learned recently they were called Contact High for a minute.
That's great too.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, and it is a very good song, and I love everything that you just said about that. I mean, that's yeah, I love the story behind it. Yeah, I have nothing to add. I think
Oh, thanks.
it's
That's
that
plenty.
is
Thank you.
yeah, it's fantastic.
Maybe I'll jump to another one just because, I don't know why, just because. But the song that comes after that is not from last year. This might be the first song on my sequential list here. Yeah, that didn't come from 2024. And I think, especially in the early years of my doing the mix album, as you coined it, and that I've adopted, I don't think they were very often from the year that I was doing it, actually. But in recent years, I suppose that's more often the case. But this song, Relatively Easy by Jason Isbell, was one I heard, and this will come up a lot. I don't know how often I'll mention it, but it was pretty common for me to encounter songs through my wife's listening on, I think, like her Amazon. So my wife would has herself cultivated playlists on Amazon the last few years. Her dad passed away last year, and I think she was really just needing some things to help her process that. And so she was making various mixes and all this. And so for her, the order is not important, and she doesn't have any of the neuroses I do around. Like she'll just skip a song like 15 seconds in. Alexa, skip. I'm like, oh, what are you
Yeah.
crazy? But I don't say that anymore. But that's like still what I think sometimes. But you got her, she's got her own criteria and everything. But and so I don't. I mean, I have access to her Amazon, but I will sometimes make some. I've just last year started to do like I was like, oh, I can put some songs here that I like and come back to them later, or that I try out. But that's a new. I'm just like getting into 2003 myself, like and curating iTunes. But so I think so. Actually, this came about from my. She will listen to my mixes at least once, and last year I had a couple of Jason Isbell's songs on it, and so she sort of started to listen more to his music, and this is from his Southeastern album from 2013, which I think was a real breakthrough for him. And then I ended up using the remastered version from 2023. He did this thing that I directly associate with Phil Collins. I don't know if anyone else has done this, but when Phil Collins, his catalog came out on Apple, and I actually haven't looked into this. I don't have any research behind it. I just have a little bit of anecdotal experience where so many of his albums were just his face, like
Yep.
full face portraits.
Yeah, yeah.
And
I think pretty much his entire, as far as I
was
know,
it?
I think his whole discography is that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so when they came out on streaming, I think it was the same recordings and everything, but so it's not like Taylor's version or whatever where he re-recorded it. It was just the old recordings, but new picture of the same kind of art direction and stuff of his face at whatever age that was. So Jason Isbell, I like to think as a direct homage to Phil Collins, did that for Southeastern. I remember because I will, we've talked a lot about like what I'm looking for in music, and so sometimes I do seek it out. And I remember listening to Southeastern in 2013 and wanting a certain thing that I didn't get at the time, and not really returning to that musician for quite a few years. But yeah, I think we've talked too that I am very sensitive to music, and she'll listen to these sad songs that I just can't. I wouldn't. I can't. It's too much for me, like walking around the house to hear them. And so thankfully she'll skip some. And she thought this one would be that type of song for me that I couldn't handle. But I told her like, well, no, I really like this. And yeah, I think it might be my favorite of his songs. I love the melody. I think what I was looking for in him early on that I didn't get right away was a certain kind of passionate singing that I would aspire to and attempt, and he delivers on great. And something like last year for me, on last year's mix, the Death Wish song. Anyway, just such a sort of beautiful kind of folk song that has some really nice lyrics and melodies that yeah, I'm always happy to hear.
Yeah, I think I want to say you were probably the person that introduced me to Jason Isbell first.
That's
I
shocking
assume
to
on
me.
yeah, I assume on because you've had him on a few of your mixes now, I think, right?
I know I had at least two songs last year, and I think that was probably the start of it. But yeah, that would
Oh,
be
was
a,
it?
a few
Okay.
tracks now ultimately.
Huh. Well, maybe it was somebody else then.
No, 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 it was me. Let's go back to that. You get a lot of
uh,
positive affirmation here. Don't take it
yeah,
the hard way.
yeah. It was definitely you.
Okay, good, good.
Yeah, because I remember it was Weather Vanes was last year, right? I think.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and I think last year's for me, I saw a documentary that chronicled a period in his life when he was making the previous album, Reunions, that I was
Okay.
like, whoa, this'll do. I came into it all skeptical, and it really turned me around and inspired me to like dig in more. And then Weather Vanes came out, and had that Death Wish song and a few others where I was just like, whoa, this is somebody that I need to pay attention to.
Yeah. Yeah, because I came we that was another album that we came across at the same time but independently. So like I listened to a lot of that album last year too. And I could have I was associating it with you. I thought that I picked up on him from one of your old mixes, but maybe it was somewhere else. But yeah, like I loved that album. And I haven't really gone back and listened through to very much at all of his back catalog. I remember you did have another song from a different album on last year's mix that I liked a lot too. And I know I've heard a couple of other songs just periodically. I can't remember from where or from who now. But yeah, when this one came up, again, like just listening through to the mix for the first time without reading the track list or the liner notes, and like right away the song's starting it's hitting me. I'm like, man, I'm really liking this. Great melody. I love the voice, the delivery. And what is this? And I looked at it, like, oh, Jason Isbell. That makes sense. I really
Hmm.
like. I now I know why I'm liking this so much. Yeah, just great song. Yeah.
Yeah. Are you having a long day? Everyone you meet rubs you the wrong way. Oh,
Uh-huh.
it's just like what a great opening line. I
and
one of the
and so
thing,
apropos because the first time I listened to this mix, I'm sitting at work in the office and like,
yeah,
yep, it is a long
yeah,
day, and
yeah,
everyone is
right.
everyone's annoying me right now. I was like,
And there's some stuff that like, in years past, like I was saying, I would cut out lines because they don't like resonate enough for me. And now I just allow for other people's experiences more. But man, the singing moment, it just occurred to me what it was. And it wasn't a big like belty moment, but he's talking about I lost a good friend Christmas time when people go off the deep end. His wife took the kids and he took Klonopin, enough to kill a man twice his size. Like I don't have a direct line to that, but it's so evocative that it's like really
yeah,
moving to me just saying it out loud. But it's the following line that's like the lines that follow that I love so much, where he's like, it's not for me to understand. Or, oh, I don't know if I can do it. I remember him when he was a proud man, a, a vandal smile, a baseball in his right hand, and nothing but the blue sky in his eyes. What the fuck? Like, oh, it's
yeah,
the best. I mean, I just like, woo. I don't even know what to do with that. And it's like that's the kind of thing where I didn't lose a friend like that, but whoa.
yeah. And that's, I mean, that's the thing about like him or any other great lyricist songwriter. Like even if you have never had that experience before, you still can feel it.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's the way he sings right hand. It just destroys me in the best way. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh boy. Anyway, so that's relatively easy. What's next up for you? Yeah, cool. Yeah, and that's a good sentence. I'll stand by that.
Let's see where did I leave off at. Oh yeah, yeah. All right, so I'll do the next. I'll do the next three here. They kind of go together. Um, so coming out of that Beaches song is Airborne Toxic Event, a song called Glory, title track off of their most recent song or most recent album. Um, this these guys have been one of my favorite bands, and speaking of songwriters too, Mikel Gillette is probably one of my favorite active songwriters out there at the moment. Just he and the band to me just sort of capture that like Springsteen-esque songwriting style and um, performance style too. And just seeing them live, it's that same kind of just raw energy, but just like that very down to earth, very personal experience, very introspective approach to songwriting that like it just grabs me while still being gritty, good rock and roll, with big catchy choruses and hooks and everything too. But yeah, I absolutely love this band. And their new album, I mean, admittedly, it's I think tonally it's a little one-dimensional. So it kind of hits this sort of ballady um, feel to it, and that kind of permeates throughout the entire album. So I do feel like album-wise, it's missing a little bit of the variety that I love from some of the previous albums, but it's still a fantastic album. It's still something I listened to a lot this year and really loved. Um, but I think like its placement on here is just kind of thematically within the arc of the Mix album. We're coming out of that post breakup. We're kind of doing a lot of self reflection and sort of trying to I don't know, figure out some things and work through some shit. And like to me, that's kind of, and Michaela's had that throughout his entire life. You know, I read his autobiography a couple years back, and it really delves into a lot of like emotional trauma and issues and things like that he's really had to deal with and is still dealing with and working through from his really that stem back from his childhood. He was born into and grew up in a cult out in California that him and his mother, that him and his mother had to literally escape from, like in the middle of the night, and were on the run to get away from. And his mother had like narcissistic disorder, so he's had a lot of attachment issues and things that have stemmed from that. And he had issues with his dad not knowing him for the longest time, and then reconnecting with him in the latter part of his life until he died. And he's had his own, and a lot of this is manufactured into his own emotional issues that have caused him to have a lot of relationship problems and things like that too. So a lot of that comes out in songwriting, and just he's dealt with a lot. And but I don't know, I don't know why I'm diving so much into that, but
I'm glad you mentioned all that, because like just to both not to, I don't want to dissuade you from like talking about those things, because I'm so glad you mentioned that there's a book, because I don't know why I'm not a bigger fan of this guy and this band, because there's so many ingredients in it that seem like I should be. And I felt, and then you said Springsteen, and I felt the same way about Springsteen for a long time, until eventually I dived in and I found the thing that like helped me connect. And now I'm so glad that happened, because but so when you said about his autobiography, I was like, yes, that's gonna be, because I know all the song. I mean, I'm as far back as like 2007, I think, when I was playing with a backing band in Kent. I don't want to give the idea to the wrong person, but it was like two guys were in a band before. So it was me and my brother, and then Jeff. You might remember them, Jeff Gargas and Brian Yost, who were in a band. They were in a band together prior. So I don't remember if it was Jeff or Brian that thought we should cover Somewhere Around Midnight. Is that the name?
Yeah, sometime around midnight.
Something about like his kind of emotive singing and stuff. They thought would be a good fit, and
I could definitely see that.
Dick or whatever, but and I was not. Anyway, we didn't at the time, but that's how they got on my radar. And then since then, it's all been your mixes. And I actually think in that time, in the last few years, when my wife has been curating all these playlists, I think she came to Somewhere Around Midnight on her own. Anyway, so this band has been, it just keeps, I don't know what it is that I haven't locked in yet, but I appreciate all this extra context, and I'm so psyched about this memoir, so that I can finally probably, because it's so rare. The memoir thing will come around later for me in this discussion, but it's so rare that I can really find a new artist that can begin to mean as much to me as a lot of the older ones. It happens. It's just harder to come across, and harder to kind of experience, or more rare to experience. And so I'm always seeking it out. And there are times like and I would think sometimes, because I would do that a lot in my life, like go through a chronology of something in reverse, or not reverse, but like after the fact. So it's not necessarily a contemporary thing. I'm just like, okay, I'm finally getting around to Radiohead or whatever. And so that's an example. Um, and I remember I did that a few years ago with Rage Against the Machine. I was just like, okay, fucking strap in. And but and it's not like it was bad or anything, but I didn't, it was like the songs that I was aware of that are fucking amazing, of course, but nothing else actually did sort of permeate and create a new context or connection to that group. And so it's something that I'm like, I'm eager for, but don't always have the right in to help it like really land. So there's things that I'm looking for sometimes that I'm just like, I need it to latch on to and for it to be as important to me as I want it to be. And I feel like I'm like inching towards it with Airborne Toxic Event. So I think I'm getting much more close. And how old is this memoir? Is this, you probably already told me and I've forgotten a few
It's
times, or new?
it's I mean it's fairly recent. I want to say it came out like maybe 2021
So you probably
ish,
have, and I've missed it a
somewhere
couple
around there.
times because I'm looking at your stats. And
Yeah. Yeah,
I'm
so
sure
so
I've
um
glossed over that before.
the name of it is Hollywood Park, and there was an accompanying album with the same name, and I'm
Yeah. Oh,
pretty
I'm
sure that I
remembering.
included that song on
Yeah.
whatever year that mix was too. Um,
Yeah. Next year, I'm gonna be like, so have you heard of Hollywood Park?
I'm looking forward to hearing that on your mix
Yeah.
next year. Yeah. But yeah, it is a fantastic read, and the album that accompanies it also is my favorite album in their discography. It's
Oh.
fantastic. And one of the other things too that I love about him specifically also is like there was a tweet that he had many years ago that went viral, and I will still see it pop up from time to time, like as I'm scrolling through Facebook, that I'm sure people are sharing and not even knowing who he is. But it's like it's and maybe you've come across it too, but it's like the quote about I forget exactly how he worded it, but it's something like how about this? No more billionaires ever. Once you reach $999 million, you get like a trophy that says you won capitalism, and we name a dog park after you, or something like that. and
No, I
and it's
haven't.
just
That's
such a
great.
well worded and funny but poignant tweet, and it still gets shared from time to time from people that I'm sure have no idea who he is or what his band is, but like
Oh,
somehow that
wow.
little blurb went viral, and I love it every time I come across it. I'm like, hell yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is gonna be I'm saying it out loud for myself as much as you. Like, this is gonna be the year that I finally go down that glorious rabbit hole.
Oh, was that a
Rabbit,
pun?
I don't know. I'm dubious of that whole thing. The song is good. Well, there's a lot going on in that sentence, so we'll just
Yeah,
move past it.
but please let me know as you're going down that rabbit hole. I
Oh
want to I
yeah.
want to get some texts
Well,
that tell me what you're
you
listening
got it.
to.
It's all yeah, this is all you this is making this happen.
And I'll jump here to the next track. So track 7 is a band called the Fifth Wheel, a song called 1983. So the Fifth Wheel is an Akron area band that was around like back in the 90s, like pretty big staple for the local scene, and hasn't done anything since the late 90s. But then got back together this year, released a new album, and they've been pretty active ever since. And in fact, I think they're playing later tonight.
Oh,
But the guitar player in the band is the producer that I've been working with for some recent recordings, Jeff Coble. And then just really cool music, really cool dude. I love Jeff. He's a great dude. Yeah, it's cool to hear that side of him, because I started working with him and didn't really know and hadn't really heard much of. I still honestly haven't heard any of the stuff from the 90s, but so I didn't really know that much about him as a musician. But yeah, it's cool stuff. Like it's got that it sounds and feels contemporary, but still retro, like 90s at the same time. Like you can tell it's got that. You can tell that's where it's coming from. But it's just cool stuff. And And I'll be completely honest, like I haven't done a deep dive into the lyrical content of this song to really know exactly where they're coming from and what it's influenced by, but like mood wise, it just kind of to me gives me that sort of melancholy, reflective feeling to it. So again, we're like overarching theme wise, it's just kind of fitting in with that Airborne Toxic Event song where like I'm just not in the greatest of moods at this point in time, and I'm kind of reflecting and you know, just trying to have a lot of internal evaluation going on, and that's kind of where this song sort of comes from for me. I have no idea if that's where they come from with it, but that's what I'm getting out of it. And then I'll jump into the next one here too. The next one is a band called Keywest, a song called the Things I Wish I'd Done. So I took a trip to Ireland this past year with my dad, and just an awesome trip, just amazing. Had such a great time out there. And going back to the U2 discussion, we toured the Irish Music Museum, and like in there is the old practice space that U2 used to actually practice at. So like I'm in the room where they were originally rehearsing and like writing and playing and stuff like that, and like there's all this memorabilia from them and everything too. Like they had like their very first album, like 3-track like record on the wall and everything, like just super 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 fucking cool.
Was this that Mount Temple? The school that they went to? I mean, it's not like his Larry Mullen Jr.'s parents' kitchen, right? It's like...
no. Yeah, it's very very close to that. It's I can't remember exactly where it was in Dublin, but yeah, like just somewhere right in the middle of downtown Dublin. Yeah, like just like a little,
man,
because the museum itself, like it's a museum, but it's also still an active rehearsal space and an active recording studio and a small music venue, all in one. Yeah, so there's like as we're going through and touring the museum, there's bands that are coming out of rehearsal, and then they're setting up for a show later on. Like, man, this is super cool. But yeah, like being in the U2 room, like, man, just so cool. I'll have to send you some photos from it.
Oh, please, yeah, I'd love to see that. I love that you went with your dad.
Yeah,
I went to Ireland once.
So amazing.
Anyway, you go on. I'll tag up later.
All right. So one of the things we were doing while in Dublin, we were walking down Grafton Street where like a bunch of the buskers and whatnot are playing, and we come across two members of this band that were set up and playing, and I mean, fairly professional setup. Like, you could tell they were more than just simply buskers, and they sounded so good. Just like it was just the one dude singing and doing a little shaker, and then the other guy playing acoustic guitar and kind of like hitting a little like beat thing on his with his foot too. Yeah, just great songs, great music, beautiful harmonies between the two of them. I loved the dude's voice. I remembered them specifically. I remembered them playing this song. Is like I remembered kind of like latching onto the lyrics, and like we had, I think I'd mentioned earlier that like, yeah, we're both sort of at the age, we're midlife now. Like I'm going through a little midlife crisis kind of things, and like and there's definitely been a lot of reevaluating of things that like I want to be spending my time and efforts on, and this song definitely hits with me of, you know, the things I wish I'd done. Like, you know, it's a nice reminder to like, hey, when I am old and sitting on a bus next to some guy that like got up and gave me a seat, I don't want to be having this conversation and talking about like not ever getting the chance to do the things that I wished I'd done. Like there's a lot of like little tidbits of information and conversation and things like that have really stuck with me over the last 5 to 10 years, that have been this sort of reminder of like, you know, I don't know if you're familiar with Chris Hardwick or not, but I used to listen to his podcast all the time. And there was a quote that came up there at one point. I forget who he was talking to or what the podcast episode was, but and I forget the exact wording of it, but like they had mentioned something in there because they were talking about similar things, and like somebody had said like, yeah, you know, nobody nobody on their deathbed with their last breaths are saying like, man, you know, that time back in my 40s when I saved $500 by not doing that thing I wanted to do. I really am glad I did that. You know, like nobody's ever having that thought, right? So you know, I've been really, really, really actively trying lately to keep that mindset of like, hey, you know, just find a way to do the things that you want to do and have the experiences that you want to have, obviously within reason, right? Like, but you'll find a way to make it work. And yeah, and this trip is, you know, case in point, and just stumbling across the song at that point in time too, like it was just the right song at the right time. And yeah, yeah, that's that's all.
Oh yeah. No, I want to. I have a couple things to say about these. So, talking about the things I wish I'd done first, I guess. Oh, I need to ask you, in your liner notes, the philosophy you're talking about, you said even resulted in a tattoo on my right forearm as a
Oh
reminder to
yeah.
myself. Can I
Yeah.
see that?
Yes, that is
Oh yeah.
there you
Wait, what
go.
am I looking at?
You're looking at the phases of an eclipse. Um,
Oh.
so ironically enough, this year we had the eclipse going right through Cleveland too, so we got to see that. But for me, that was my second total eclipse. So kind of case in point, in 2017, when the last time like a total eclipse went through the U.S., I ended up going down to North Carolina, and spending a couple of nights down there just to get in the path of totality with it. And
Oh.
I remember in the earlier in that year when I was kind of mulling over this trip idea, and again, just like such a dumb little conversation that I'm sure meant absolutely nothing to anybody else, but like I latched onto, and I still remember it to this day. Um, it was at my old former job. We had one of our suppliers was in town from Chicago and took me and a couple other coworkers out for drinks after work one day. And we're kind of, you know, wrapping things up, getting ready to leave the bar, and we're just having little conversations. And the topic of travel and vacations comes up, so we're all just kind of talking about what our plans are. And he looks at me, Kevin, any travel plans coming up? And I'm like, I mean, there's something I'm kind of thinking about doing, but I'm not really sure. Because you know, there's a million reasons to not do something, right? Like cost, time, effort, PTO. There's always reasons to not do something. So that's kind of what I was like. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking. There's something I'm kind of thinking about doing, but I don't really know. I'm on the fence about it. And he cuts me off and doesn't let me finish the sentence. He's just like, "Do it.
Ah.
Just do it. You know, whatever it is." Huh. Like, it took me aback, and I stopped in my tracks. I'm just, you're right. Why am I overthinking this? You're right. Yeah.
Ah. Oh.
So that has stuck with me for years ever since. And it ended up being that trip to North Carolina. It was like one of the most magical, amazing experiences of my entire life. And to think that like I almost didn't have it because I wanted to save a couple $100 or save a couple PTO days, like what a stupid fucking reason to not experience something that is one of the best experiences I've ever had, right? Um, so I got this tattoo on my arm, inward facing, so that I see it all the time as a reminder to like do the thing, you know?
Yeah. Oh, I love that. There's so much I love about that and so many coincidences of things that I was thinking about. So you mentioned like it must have been, was it Nerdist or ID10T at that time, the
It
podcast?
yeah, it would have been one or the other. I can't remember when he switched over. But yeah, it would have been one or the other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought about that podcast in this conversation because uh, when Nick Hornby, the author of High Fidelity, was on that show, he
uh,
talked about something that I think about. I mean, I thought about it in the last hour or so. He was talking about like he had this metaphor for the impact people make, especially creatively, on you. He says it's like your I don't remember what he called it, your life, your consciousness, your imagination, your the things you like, whatever. He talked about it. It's like if it's like a piece of paper, like a yearbook or something. It's like certain people like scrawl their names on your yearbook and they take up space. It's like Dylan and huge fucking letters or whatever. And it's like it gets full and there's not as much space on that page, but there's still like these corners and stuff. So as you get older, like the things are like they're still. So I was thinking about that actually. And so when you said like I don't know if you know Chris Hardwick or not, I mean that's just an example, but I appreciate those podcasts a lot.
Yeah,
20.
whatever happened with those? By the I just looked that up the other day, and I don't think he's made one in the last 2 or 3 years or something. Like, I don't know what he's even doing these
Yeah,
days, but
I
I
think.
missed that podcast.
Oh, yeah. I think he just started a family and focused on that, if I remember right.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's right. He did have a yeah, he had a child right around that time, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I came to that whole thing kind of late, the Nerdist and all that, but I appreciated the direction it took a lot and kind of the way it shifted. But also, so 2007, so Ireland and first off that you went with your dad, if we hadn't been talking for so long and had so many more things to get onto, I'd need to know every detail of that. But the only time I have ever been out of the country was in 2017, as it turns out, to go to see U2 in Ireland,
No kidding.
which I was
Well,
thinking about anyway, before you mentioned your 2017 connection in North Carolina. And I won't get into this, but one of the few states I ever lived in was in North Carolina. I was married there and divorced, and that's a whole other thing. But uh,
there's so many weird coincidences
it
going on
really is.
right
Yeah.
now.
Yeah. And so, yeah,
It's a good thing we're
Ireland.
not high right now, because otherwise we
Oh my
yeah.
God. Um, wow. I have a special, yeah, because of you two in particular, but for some other reasons too. It's like I have a real affection for Ireland, even though I have no Irish heritage of any kind, to my knowledge. Uh, but yeah, in 2017, they were doing their Joshua Tree tour, where they were performing the album in sequence with like new visuals across the world, really. And my best friend from childhood had been living in Europe for a long time and still does, and he has family there now, two kids and everything. Um, but and I'd never been to Europe, so it felt so like such a big thing to go and see him when he would always be like, "Come on," and he would come to America and all this. So no, I was gonna say he made it seem like it's like no big thing for him to travel. I'm sure it was a big thing. He was just used to doing it, and in any event, we went to Europe because of the tour. My wife and I, and my wife had done in nine, well, that's fine. In the late 90s, 19, I think 97 or so, she had done a semester abroad in Galway. And so we went to
Oh wow.
there as well. So we flew over. I think it's very common to fly from the US into Amsterdam, which is where my friend was living at the time. He still lives in the Netherlands. Um, and so we got to visit him, and we got to the and we then we went on to Galway and that area in the Cliffs of Moher, which I think is the cover of your mix, right? Am I saying that right? The Cliffs of Moher or something?
So I do have some great photos of that, but actually no, the cover of
Oh,
the mix was
nuts.
from a different area. But
See, let's go back to when I was right. You were right and you were succinct. We'll come back to your photos,
yeah.
but so that's the only time I've ever been out of the country, and and I've loved being in Ireland. Um, and we saw, you two in Dublin play the Joshua Tree.
Oh my God.
Saying
On
that sentence is crazy.
right, like I mean, on a scale of 10 to 10, how awesome was that?
It was pretty awesome.
Yeah.
When when they played Where the Streets Have No Name, which is like the first track. So I don't know if they launched, if they, I honestly don't remember if they started playing the album in sequence or if they did something and then worked into the album. But they had three planes fly above the stadium and like with the sort of exhaust from their engines do
Oh,
the
no
Irish
kidding.
flag, the
Oh, no
white, the
kidding.
orange, and the
Wow.
green. And I had like a little thing of wine, that I got from the concessions or whatever, like red wine. And I had my iPhone, and when that happened, I'm like following the thing, and I dumped the wine all over myself. So that's one of my most distinct memories of that show, because that was like at the beginning, and I was just like covered in red wine, but it was worth it.
I love that. Oh, that's so great.
It was a wonderful trip, and like, yeah, I love the pairing of your anecdote about your trip with this song. Um, yeah, and the tattoo and everything. Yeah, oh boy, I loved it. And honestly, I love that Fifth Wheel song. That was one of my favorites from the collection. I was surprised how much I really loved this song from this band that turned out to be from the Akron area. It's got this like kind of new wave vibe, which my wife was super like hip to, that I was not. But yeah, really strong pairing. So my next track is called
Yeah.
Watchman's Cry, and it's from my brother, Brian Ullman, who I realized that through the mixes over the years, he's probably had his name on a few tracks going back as far as, oh, maybe 2013 even. I think that's right, because I remember you putting together, maybe communicating to me something like, "Oh, you're the Brian Ullman. You wrote The Party's Over." And I'm just like, I love that somebody in the world said that. You know? Uh, but so even though, I mean, not to get into a huge long thing, but I started playing music when I was maybe 9, like seeing Buddy Holly's story and La Bamba biopics and stuff. And my dad taught me and all that. My brother's 4 years younger than me. But by the time he was in middle school, my brother was like winning Battle of the Band competitions and winning studio time and all this. And so in my world, and I was like making movies best I could on VHS and all this. And so even though he's 4 years younger than me, my brother has been much more active, like making music for longer, and so but he was always in bands, and so never releasing things under his name like I would do when I would start to write my own original music. And I think to some extent, not to no shade on his bands, but I watched the hardships that he went through being in groups and going through the difficulties that you can in groups of people, but also like when you're striving for things and like there's money on the line and all of that kind of stuff. Um, I think some of that informed why I was a solo musician, just because I didn't want to seek those conflicts out. um, but so anyway, this is the first song. This Watchman's Cry is on an EP called Come Forth. This is the first thing that my brother has chosen to release under his own name. So he was in bands, and then he had a one-man band thing where he would play all the instruments, and that's been probably was on my mixes and all that, and on streaming eventually, called Fascist Puppeteer, which funnily enough, like came from a kind of an insult to him from, like we come from, like I think I mentioned, like it's like a 6,000 person town, small town. So especially like creatively inclined people, musicians, a lot of you knew each other, and there might be like overlapping bands and all this. And as conflicts would come up, like you might start new bands and all this. And so, but somebody like said to him at some point, you're just a fascist puppeteer, like in a recording session, like, because my brother's this brilliant engineer and producer, really. As well as this singer and songwriter and all this. But he took that kind of throwback comment, and he's like, okay, I'm gonna be like I'm just gonna play all the instruments, and that'll be my name. Fuck you. so so he did that for a number of years. Great stuff. But this last year, he decided to put some stuff out under his own name, and I hope I don't say this wrong or something, but I think it's like because he's sensitive about the terminology, but I mean it's like a gospel in a way, it's a Christian release. He made a point of that. Um, at the same time, it has like a pretty like heavy song, very reminiscent of Nine Inch Nails. Not this one though. This was like the kind of middle track of this EP, and it's like I love his instrumentals. Like he's got such a great sense of melody, and this one in particular, like one of our common touchstones because of our father, like growing up in the 80s, my dad would be like listen, he had these he liked blues informed rock, and like in the 80s you had in America especially like you had like Clapton and Stevie Ray Vaughan and these kind of Stratocaster playing, blue-eyed soul thing or blues, but oh great, and those tones are just like kind of tattooed on us. And yeah, my brother became such a great guitar player at such a young age, and he had a great facility with it, and can kind of. So I mentioned the Clapton thing because I remember hearing Clapton talk about his soloing. He's like, I just sing. That's how he thought of it, or that's how he expressed it in this interview, and that's what it feels like to me. Where it's like, yeah, that's an instrumental, but it has such a lyricism to the phrasing and all that. And then at a certain point, it kind of breaks into this kind of madness is not the right word. There's some of it in that Party's Over where it's this kind of that's where I referenced Tom Morello as a kind of a so it's got this like David Gilmour type Pink Floyd guitarist tone with the Strat, which I'm presuming this is a Strat, but a Stratocaster. But anyway, yeah, I just especially like this track from that collection, and I guess I'll pair a couple together here because I had a Tom Morello track come across my radar from Sirius XM. So I'm not sure if it was his Sirius radio show, the name of which is escaping me, that I think is probably on their like alternative 90s channel, or and possibly more likely it was on the U2 channel. I'm gonna get it wrong. I'm gonna say 32. I don't know if that's right. Yeah, that might be right because I know Pearl Jam is 22. Anyway, I might be getting that mixed up. There's a Pearl Jam Sirius channel. There's a Springsteen Sirius channel. There's a U2 Sirius channel. And for whatever, well, I was gonna say for whatever reason, I don't listen to them or have it in my own car. But the actual reason is because I'm such a weirdo. I'm very sensitive to the character of the sound. Like it's so brittle, that XM signal. Like it's just, ugh. Even though I love the content, the sound of it is just hard for me. So I don't have it and I don't hear it much. But I'm like taking my wife's car into town to gas it up or something. And I hear this song, what is the number on my mix? It's 8. Oh God, there's so many songs. Gotta start saying less. But it's called The Lost Cause, featuring the Manchester Orchestra, which I became aware of and I think appeared on one of my other mixes because of this movie called Swiss Army Man that my friend Palmer hit me to, where Daniel Radcliffe, the actor who played Harry Potter, plays a farting corpse. And the first fart in the movie makes you laugh, and the last one makes you cry. And the soundtrack to that film is by this Manchester Orchestra. So the singing you hear in this song, "The Lost Cause," is by that group, and the music and all that's by Tom Morello. And I heard it on a short drive into town, like 5-minute drive. I heard the song. I like took a picture of my phone because I'm like, "What the fuck is this? This is awesome." And I think it's from like 2018 or something. It was just, I happened upon it. And I'm so glad I did because I love it so much. Like that's one when I hear like around the house, I'll find it's got such an energy to it without the sort of passionate vocal that I crave, to where like I infer it, like I do it. Like I'm playing guitar and it's like, I don't remember what the line is, but it's just so, it's got such an aggressive, great, like cathartic energy to it that, yeah, so it's a nice coincidence for me that those two ended up back to back. Just because of that, there's something about the kind of out there guitar moments that are similar for me.
Yeah. Yeah, I yeah, every I need to look up more of your brother's stuff, because every time you've included something from him on one of your mixes, like I've thought that it was one of the highlights of whatever respective mix that it was on, and this song included. Like, so, yeah, it's a beautiful instrumental track. And my first thought, again, listening through, not like checking the names of the tracks or anything like that, but my first thought was like, dang, like I was catching the David Gilmour influence, and like and I feel like there's a little bit, like, I don't know if it's intentional, but I feel like there's a little bit of Shine On You Crazy Diamond thrown in there, like melodically.
Oh,
So like I don't
didn't
know if that
surprise
was
me.
like a, yeah. Um, but yeah, I love it. Right down to the tone, the melody, everything. I love the image that he's got here as his cover art for this EP too. Is that like an actual photo that
Yeah, it's from
he's
someone he knows. I think he saw it maybe on, social media or something. And when he had the collection coming together, he's like he reached out to the person and said, "I want to use this
that's
because
awesome.
it's got that kind of cross uh, thing happening with the tree with the sun." I think. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
interesting.
and I like. I mean, I just I love nature photography in general, and like I man, this is just a beautiful photo.
Oh,
um, And I had a like what we were talking about earlier with your U2 moment with Atomic City. I had that here with Lost Cause. Like I fucking love Manchester Orchestra. Like
oh,
love their music. I love that dude's voice. I had no idea that this song existed. Like, yeah, no idea.
oh,
I've never heard this before. And the instant it popped up, and I'm listening to it, I'm like, that's Manchester Orchestra. What the hell? Like, and then I look through the thing. I'm like, it's what? It's Tom Morello, and it's a collaboration. What is this? When did this come out? Like,
oh
so
wow.
yeah, dude, I love that song. It's so good. It's so good.
Oh, it's.
How did I not know about this?
I'm not surprised I didn't know about it, but maybe I am surprised you didn't.
Yeah, it's so good. Yeah, I'm glad you put that on there.
Me too. I'll hear it. I'm just like, it leads up to those like leads, and I'm just like fucking jamming out.
Yeah. Yeah, they're man, their last two albums especially are flawless. Like,
Oh
so
shit, we
so
gotta
good.
dig into this.
Yeah.
I just know the soundtrack to Swiss Army Man, which is that movie. So I should find more of their stuff.
And I apparently need to listen to that because I don't think I've ever heard that soundtrack.
Oh,
Nor have I seen the movie. Like,
watch the movie first. It's a
okay.
weird movie. I mean, that was the pitch I think for the movie is the first Harry Potter plays a farting corpse, and the first fart makes you laugh, the last makes you cry. And it's him and Paul
That's
Dano,
a
and
great
it's
pitch.
great. But it's a
I
lot about like anyway, sort of male loneliness.
Yeah. I remember that movie coming out, and like a lot of people have told me it's really good, and I've been meaning to check it out. It's just I haven't yet because I'm bad at checking out things that I know I need
Just
to. Like, it's
need
just
the
like,
right motivation. Yeah, I'm the
right,
same.
yeah.
So hopefully this will provide that. I'm getting quite the list of things to look into and or send you, but
Yeah, right. Yeah.
what's next for you?
So yeah, so I'll do the next two here. So the next two, I think, thematically for me, is when a lot of the existential dread was starting to kind of seep in for the year. Kind of like, midway through the year, we had that debate that went really horribly, and and I'm starting to kind of wrap my head around, oh no, things might not go as I had hoped. Um, so track number 9 is Running in Circles by a band called Dead Poet Society. So 2 years ago, I guess 3 years ago now, I went to go see one of my favorite bands, Biffy Clyro. They're like hard rock band out of Scotland. That I've loved for years, but had never seen live. And when they were touring the U.S. that year, I'm like, oh man, I'm gonna go catch them twice. So I went out to Chicago and saw them there, and then went to Toronto to see them there like a week later. And Dead Poet Society was opening for them, so which means that I had seen them twice now. Didn't know anything about them, but just really cool sound. Like again, just sort of like hard rock. I wouldn't call it metal, but metal adjacent, I suppose. But interesting rhythms and musically pretty interesting too. The lead singer has a hell of a range for his voice, and yeah, I really liked it. Became a fan. They put out a new album this year that I listened to a lot and was ended up being one of my favorite albums this year. And I want to say this was the first single off of that album, because I think the single preceded the actual album itself. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, like, I don't know. I don't know what I'm feeling about things. I still can't really articulate it, but you know, there is this sort of feeling of, you know, we're running in circles. We're right back here again, right? Yeah, anxiety, anger, dread, whatever you want to call it. It's all happening, and so that's kind of where this song was coming out of. And then fast forward to the next track is a band called The Warning, band that I want to say it was I think it was that Spotify release Radar again. So like I know I've mentioned that a couple of times here, but yeah, I'm always thirsting for new music, new bands, and you know, new discoveries and stuff. So that really release Radar comes out every Friday, so I always go through and check it out and listen to what the new releases and stuff were. And I'm pretty sure that's where I came across this band. I'm like 80% sure that's where I came across this band. And man, again, just killer sound. Like I love it musically. I think the vocals are great. And then I ended up seeing The Warning live earlier this year too. I wasn't expecting it to be a big show because I didn't know how well known they were, but like they sold out the Agora as well. Just nice. Super fun show, ton of people there for that venue. They were so good live. They sounded so amazing, and they're just a three-piece, and they're all like they're three sisters. They're all pretty young, ranging from I think from like 19 to 24 is the age range there. But the music they're making it's so fucking good, and like their stage presence, their performance, everything super good. Like it just so amazing. But yeah, so like these two songs back to back, I just like that they flow into each other, and just we're just like at that point in the year where we're getting a little dread, a little anxiety, and not feeling super good about things. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I can hear. I can't hear Automatic Sun in my mind, but I can hear the Running in Circles. And I actually thought that the Dead Poet Society was also a female-fronted band, just because of the range of the voice. That right? Was actually a shock to me. I was like, did I miss something or what? That's awesome. Yeah. Did you say you were going to do 3? Because I have a mark here between The Warning and the next one as an incredible transition. So if you weren't going to,
I wasn't going to, but I could jump into the.
I love that transition, and I don't know if you want to say more about your selection process or whatever, but like, I never learned enough about music to know, but I'm going to say it's about like the key or whatever, but the key of the song. But some of these, like I said before, there were times where I was not sure because, so for anyone hearing this or whatever that I don't know how you would have encountered the music thus far, or if you have, but Kevin does this I think great thing where, so you've got the mix cloud, which does, so it's one long track. And if you look at the bottom of the screen or whatever, it will tell you what the artist is and stuff that you're hearing. But I listened as the single MP3 track, which is so great because it forces you to deal with it as a single entity. You're like obviously it has its composite parts, but you don't necessarily know when you've moved on to the next track if you're listening that way. It reminds me of, I meant to look into this, but I was short on time coming into the conversation about one of my favorite filmmakers is David Lynch, and I want to say that it was the Mulholland Drive DVD, one of his first like DVDs, which DVDs have these chapter stops. And he was like, "No, that's not you're not for my movie. Like you're not gonna like jump to a chapter." And so I think it just didn't have that option. So I meant to check to see if that was true or if I was making that up. But we'll say that that's true. And I love that about the way that you've been sharing your the music. And so yeah, I just would some of the transitions are so seamless and excellent. And this is one of them where I at first wasn't sure that I was on to a new track. But yeah, just because I made this is I think the one time I actually wrote that down, though it happened a lot and maybe more so as the tracks in the later tracks. But talk a little bit about or tell me what you want to about Messmakers Ain't Even Started.
Yeah. So kind of touching on those transitions. Yeah, like the whole Mixcloud thing was something that I got from you, because you've like yeah you were doing it on that platform before I was, and that's how I even found out about that platform to begin with. So yeah, like what an awesome platform. I'm glad that exists,
Yeah.
because like that's really like the way that I want these things to be presented, is as kind of like a singular entity. And like yeah, back in the day when we used to be handing these things out on CDs, and then emailing them out as MP3s or whatever like that too, or as Spotify tracks and whatnot, like we're doing now too, both of us. And honestly, I can't fault anybody for listening to something and picking out a specific song and saying, "Oh, I like that. I'm going to save that song. I'm going to save that song." Blah blah. I used to do that all the time with CDs and albums and everything like that. But like my intention always, whenever putting these things together, is for whoever's listening to it at least with the initial listen. I would love for the listener to just take in the entire thing. And I love that Mixcloud gives us the chance to put it out there in that way, and gives me the chance then to like create a massive long MP3 file, like kind of cross fading these tracks together and giving that like quick transition into each other, or like after maybe 2 or 3 songs, or okay, we need a breather, so I'll put in like a couple of seconds of space, and then we'll kick into the next song, but then that next song is going to dive right into the next one after that. So it's all part of that flow. And now it's funny, like I can't even necessarily remember the transition between these two songs. So it's funny that you that you brought this up. But yeah, so Messmaker is our buddy Michael McFarland. So it's the moniker that he's performing and recording under now. So he's doing things. It's still really him, but it's him as a 2-piece band now. So it's him and a drummer. But yeah, so like I guess thematically, this is sort of the point where if we're going chronologically through the year and just getting into things, right? So this is the point where Joe is stepping down, and now we have Kamala Harris taking over the presidential race. And I don't know about you, but I had a whole lot of hope going in. Like when that happened, it was like a giant weight came off, and I'm thinking, oh, okay, all of that dread that I was feeling before, like I'm still not feeling great, but I'm feeling so much better about this now. And so thematically, like this song and really the next song too, the Welshly Arms song, they're both kind of back to back, these sort of like indie rock, bluesy, sort of anthemic, like sort of getting back to like that Arrested Youth song, right? Like that, like really uplifting, that kind of like thematic wise, where it's like, hey, we're all in this together, and we're all going to rise up together, and we're going to persevere and defeat the evil and whatnot. Yeah, so it's kind of bringing that energy to it, because I think like that's sort of what I was feeling at that point in the year, that like, yes, we're actually gonna like conquer this thing, we're gonna persevere, we're gonna be okay. So that's kind of what both of these two songs back to back sort of represent to me, is that sort of like real positive, uplifting, anthemic we're gonna be okay energy. Yeah.
Yeah.
which did not last long. but,
It's a good few
but
months
yeah, it was a
or
good. It
two.
was a
I don't
good.
know.
Yeah, it was a good couple months at least. But yeah, so that's what those two songs were.
I was gobsmacked that I had shared shows with someone who made this Ain't Even Started Yet song. Like when I looked that up, I was like, that's Michael. I was just like, that song is fucking huge. I was like, why is this not like on, I don't know, Cavs commercials or whatever? Like, I couldn't believe like the grandeur of it. And like, I still can't. It is a crime against humanity that this song is not on everyone's radar. Like it just seems eternal. I I don't. I should reach out to Michael or something because like, what the fuck is going on? Like this is incredible. I don't even know. Like I don't know if he's self-producing this stuff, and I was just like, whoa. Whoa. I don't even know what to say. Like I just think I'm like I think I say in my liner notes at some point that I realize like I've been to very few concerts in the last few years, but I've been to a lot of baseball games. And so I was just like seeing like for me the context is the Twins, but I was like, why is it not like at the Guardians games? Are people like the in between innings? Like to this song, like everybody swinging bats and like looking at the camera, being like, yeah, like getting the audience pumped up.
That would
I
be
don't.
great in that context. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that
It
would totally
seems
work.
like I was truly shocked. I mean, you know the challenges and limitations of like creating music independently, and some of it is just like you don't have the means to make the sounds in your head translate.
Right.
But Jesus, he's like this seems like a real achievement for
Yeah.
Michael to me. Yeah, and I was just so impressed.
That dude can write an earworm and an anthem. He's so good at that.
Yeah, just dynamite. Let's see. So what do I got coming up? Um, Yeah, these are not related. So I'll just so the next song for me on in the list is a song I heard early in the year, and just like the previous song, there's a snapshot on my phone of like I think in this case I know because of the photo. It was a thing on my wife's, I don't know, like she'll do the thing where she'll let Amazon suggest or whatever. So I don't even know if she was consciously like adding this to her list or whatever at this point. But I took a picture of it and followed up on it because I was just the everything about this song. So the song is called White Lies, White Jesus and You by Katie Pruitt, and it was in advance of her album Mantras that came out later in the year. And I was completely unfamiliar with her, but just so struck by I think probably first the sort of sonic landscape that does have a kind of an 80s blues rock infused thing. Um, and then yeah, it's like I put in the liner notes. I was like, what did I say? It's obviously a pretty volatile topic. So
Yeah.
but I have to admit, like, when I was debating on writing, like I wasn't gonna do liner notes again and all that, and I was thinking about some of the intentionality for me about including the artist that I did and why. And I was like, well, it felt like it would be a bit cowardly for me to not comment on this stuff. And so I am still a little reticent because of certain aspects. And this song is probably the most sensitive of that. But um, so I was so struck by the lyrics and all that. So I guess I'll share. This is I'm trying not to just like flat out read my liner notes and stuff, but this was the thing that made me write the liner notes. I was like, I think like there might be people in my life who hear this song who get upset. And, on the one hand, I don't want them to be upset. On the other hand, it's just like, well, I do have some issues that this song articulates pretty well. But I didn't necessarily know what the songwriter meant. So I can say, I guess, right, that Katie Pruitt is well, I don't know. I don't. So I'm gonna let her speak for herself. So I did look. I literally just like Googled before I wrote any of the whatever. I was like, what does she feel like? What does she say about this song? And it turns out that even though I heard this song early in the year, January, February, March at the latest, in October she did an Instagram post that she says the following. So, quote. White Lies, White Jesus and You is about the very clear distinction between the Jesus depicted in the Bible and the Jesus sold to us by American capitalism. One tells us to give to the less fortunate, and the other hoards the wealth to keep for himself. One includes people of all races, sexualities, identities, and backgrounds, and the other places the blame on minorities, women, and queer people to distract from their own broken moral compass. I know we live in divisive times, but to me the choice is so simple, and I refuse to live in a world where the latter has the louder voice. End quote. So I read that, and I was just like, cool. If I were the kind of guy to say amen, I would say amen. And so I was like, I'll just put that out there. But really, I mean, my favorite song is this one, of the year, and it happened so early on. I was just like, wow, who is this person, and who is making this music? And oddly enough, I didn't go into her back catalog. But I did listen to the Mantras record. I was like, I would keep checking her website. I was like, when is this album coming out? When is this album coming out? And finally it came out, and I listened to it once through, and I thought, because with this lead off track, I was just like, whoa, this is like, I think my hopes were too high. And not that and I wouldn't say that she didn't meet them. I don't know what it was I expected, but I just expected the world, because it's like one of the best songs I've heard in as long as I can remember. And so the first listen through, maybe I don't know. There might have been things missing for me, or for whatever I was projecting and wanting it to be. But when I went back, like towards the end of the year, to listen to just see if there was stuff I'd missed, I realized like, oh, I actually really love like half this album. And it was hard for me not to include more songs, because I just love the sound of it. I loved what she was grappling with and the way that she was dealing with it. And yeah, it's just some of my favorite music in recent years. Yeah, so enamored of what she was tackling. And then I was curious about her spirituality, or just like her perspective, and how she kind of got brave enough to express some of this. So I was looking into her a little bit, and she did a podcast for a while, which I'm just looking at my liner notes here, and I don't think I didn't list the name of it, but there's only 6 episodes, and I guess I should find the name of it to say out loud. But I really like that as well, and the way that it was pitched is as a podcast about faith, creativity, and artistic expression and identity.
The Recovering Catholic with
The Recovering Catholic. Yes, yes.
You included a link to it.
Oh, good. Yeah, yeah. I'm not sure. She's 30 years old now, and she looks younger, but holy shit, she's something else.
Yeah, I love this song too. And I love everything about it. So like, I mean, I don't know if we've ever really gotten into this kind of stuff in our conversations or not, but I am very much not a religious person. And part of it is just the hypocrisy that she's describing in these lyrics. And like, I didn't actually pull up the lyrics when I was listening to the song earlier, but they definitely really struck me. And I just pulled them up now just to kind of like very quickly glance through them, and like holy shit, they're even better than what I picked up on when I was listening to it. But yeah, I agree wholeheartedly with the sentiment of the song and everything that she says in it. And man, the older I get, like the more and more anti-capitalist I think I'm also getting, and the more like eat the rich, bring down the system,
Yeah.
whatever. Yeah. and it is like everything that she says in here is true. And especially just with the way it's been co-opted in politics and shit too. Not to get too political in our discussions here, but I mean, obviously, it's on both of our minds. It's a big
Yeah.
part of the music that we listen to, and the reason why we put these the songs that we did on these things. And it's like the way that the political far right has co-opted religion as its justification for the horrible things that it's trying to do and say. It's fucking insane. Like, I don't know how you could possibly rationalize the things that you would read, like the lessons that you're supposed to be taking out of the Bible and whatever respective religion it is that you're a part of, and then hear the way that it's manipulated and said back to you from the political far right. Like, I don't know how the fuck you could possibly marry those two things together and think that they coexist and think that they're the same message. I don't get it. But yeah, I love everything about this song. It's fantastic.
Oh, yeah. I could not put it better. I don't have like I didn't have I still don't quite have those words. Or I just get like apoplectic about it where I don't know like how to find this is like words that I could string together like you just did. But it's yeah, and it's just like there's no obviously the way that things played out. It's like even literally the majority of the country is on board.
Yeah.
And so I don't know who I'm talking to other than people who also are horrified, but because the other oh it yeah with the
Yeah. Yeah.
co-option and the manipulation yeah so it's like obviously people hearing that who disagree are just like fuck you don't understand because they're so kind of convinced but for anyone able to kind of take a higher level view for whatever reason see that's weird so this is where I think it's like problematic like I think it's important to talk about but I also think or I'm coming to believe that a certain amount of like the vilification of the other sides at all cost, or not at all costs, but just like that knee jerk thing is part of the problem. And
Mhm.
so obviously I live in Minnesota. Our governor was half of that ticket. And it was one of those things about, as they say, being a tourist in your own town where I was like sort of familiar with him, but not really. Um, but on the national stage, I was like, what a gem this dude is. Like,
Right.
and just
Yes.
and some of what he talked about was just like this kind of like he was this sort of whatever America's dad kind of
Yeah. Yeah. He really
thing.
was. Yeah.
Yeah, where he and he would but part of what I just really appreciated, he's like look, this sort of divisive, derisive politics that is championed by the former president is like this is not who we are. This is not who I know like my constituents to be and all this. This is not who we are as a country. This is not like our character. And I loved that. I still love that. But unfortunately, like enough people, well, things didn't go that way. And I bring that up in part because when I heard him talking about it after the fact, like after the election, and he's going back to his job as governor of Minnesota and all this, he described it. He was like, I think we didn't do a good enough job of reaching those people. Like, I think we focused maybe on the I don't think he said the wrong things, but like he kind of like going back to it earlier, like he didn't just like put it on them or put it on anyone else. He sort of like taking responsibility for somehow them falling short of communicating the message that needed to get across. And it seems to me that some of what is fueling the divisiveness is just the kind of you know, when you're attacked or feel attacked, you back into a corner and you become defensive. I say you by meaning
Mhm.
me or just anybody.
I think
And
it's human nature, really. Yeah.
yeah, and I think I struggle to talk about these issues in ways that don't become attacking or defensive. And I don't know. That's so some of what I'm so impressed by with someone like Katie Pruitt is that she's not just saying faith is bullshit, religion is bullshit, or whatever. She still actually has a strong connection to her faith, and she can be critical of it. Uh, I don't know. So I think that that duality is all the more impressive to me, and that, I guess it's sort of further explored in her podcast where they she talks to various people and they kind of explore this. And yeah, I don't know. Like this guy could talk about this kind of thing endlessly if I had the vocabulary for it. And some of it is like sharing stories that are not mine to share. But yeah, I mean, going back as far, I mean, that's like fucking. I feel like such a dick the way I said that. Feels like fucking, bro. But it's
Yeah, bro.
some of my favorite. I'm a, I mentioned before, I don't know if it'll make it into the conversation. I was talking about that Ethel Kane, preacher's daughter. I'm a preacher's son, and my own father's quiet faith growing up was inspiring to me. He's not the kind of guy that's gonna, get shitty about religion at you, and his faith is all the more inspiring because of it. And so, with that as my sort of baseline, when I would encounter and become passionate about groups like U2, I mean, like U2 almost broke up before their second album came out because of their faith, uh, and that album has got a lot of like, you know, uh, yeah, it has that's where it gets tricky. Like I know some people are uncomfortable, especially because of this co-opted thing, like you're describing in modern times about even using the word religion and all this, but and Leonard Cohen and all that. And it's like the best. A lot of my favorite, Bruce Springsteen, so many of my favorite musicians, even myself at times, have tried to like address this. And I think she does it just so skillfully and in a, but also just like wrapped in this great sort of sonic package. Anyway, I was embarrassed. I didn't realize till I said it out loud to you that I hadn't listened to any of her other music because I'm just like, what an incredible artist whose catalog I've adored and continue to. Uh, anyway, I'm glad it resonated for you too. It's
Yeah. And I really appreciate, and like I I would like to learn more about her too. The only thing that I know is just what you've typed. But like I appreciate the I appreciate where she's I what am I trying to say here? I appreciate that like she's being critical and honest about it while coming from a place of still having that faith. So she's realistic and critical about the thing that she's a part of. And like, I mean, I've certainly been critical about religion plenty of times. Like I try not to just be overtly shitting on it, especially unprompted. But like, but but like it's one thing for me, someone who does not buy in and does not believe and does not have a faith, to be critical about it. But it's something completely different for someone who is uh someone who does have their own faith, but to also realize how it's being co-opted in the wrong way and to be critical about it for that part of it, and to say that like this is not the way to go about this is not the true meaning of it, and the thing that I believe in. And I think that carries a lot more weight than someone like me being critical about it, I think. And I really appreciate that.
yeah, it's really brave, and it's the kind
Yeah.
of like vital songwriting that I really respond to.
Yeah.
And
And
yeah, thank God for my wife's algorithms or good taste, that that I heard this because I don't know, like I'm not connected in any of the streaming service like suggestions on my own, and so for whatever reason I don't seek that out, and so it feels very happenstance, that I get in the car at the right time to hear the Lost Cause, or like I'm
Yeah.
walking through the living room just in time to hear the Katie Pruitt song, and it's just like,
Yeah. And the counterpoint to that too is that, like, maybe if you were seeking these things out and the algorithm was getting more in tune to your listening habits, you probably wouldn't have stumbled upon this.
yeah, I wonder. And I tried a little bit. So to move to the next track, somewhere in between from Frank Turner, I
Good fucking
think,
song.
whew, and this album, I think so. I mentioned in my liner notes that I've been a big fan of his, or I became a fan of his because of the 2011 album England Keep My Bones, which I just loved from beginning to end, and I'm sure someone told me about at the time. I have this memory too of just sort of a debate of like a couple of people in my life of like who introduced me to it. Like somebody was upset because we call it in my house like a wedge salad from Modern Family, where it's like maybe your wife, and this is the Modern Family thing. The wife had been telling the husband for, oh, there it is, yes, Glen, keep my bones. But it's debatable as to who introduced me to Frank Turner. I would keep an eye on Frank Turner's output because of how much I loved that record, and particularly the song, I Still Believe, which is just one of the
So
greats,
good.
especially for people. Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
know. I was thinking about this recently, when I was toward the tail end of trying to find support and sustainability for my music, which is not to say like I won't make music. I've never quit music. I want to say that out loud. But I was in a position where I was doing some kind of radio promotion campaign, and through that the guy encouraged me to reach out to like booking agents and some other stuff, and so I did that. And for the documentary I'm working on, somebody asked me at some point, like, why didn't you ever go to a record company? Like, and at first I gave all these excuses, or what I thought I remembered it was true. And then at some point I remembered I did approach record companies, kind of like after. So I'd made that Light the Dark album. I'll probably just cut this out because this is boring for anyone. But I made my second full length album, Light the Dark, and I did the crowdfunding campaign. I put it on vinyl and all this, and I thought that was like pretty good. Like, objectively, I thought it was good, such that it
Yeah.
could go further than I had with the other my previous effort. And so, oh yes, oh, you still have it. Excellent.
I do.
Oh, good man. And so I was reaching out to.
Signed and everything.
Oh, oh, what did I say? Journey Fist. Oh yes, yes. Oh, oh, that's nice.
Yes, I love it.
Oh, Ernie Fist Bump. That brings back a lot of memories.
Right.
But I was talking to this, I remembered this conversation I had with this lady from a touring company or whatever. And it just stuck out to me so much, where she's like, don't call your music rock and roll. And I don't know that album actually is very rock and roll, but the new music I was working on was, and that was what, I don't know, meant. But that I think, I don't know if it'll come back around or whatever, but that was, I mean, it's kind of a young art, like we're talking in the late 50s. My dad was born in 1960, but like it's a pretty young art form, and it's probably like a bygone era now. It's like this whole thing of rock and roll, but for some people, myself included, rock and roll is fucking everything. It's like, and it means so much more than just a phrase or a genre. So when he made that song, or like when I heard the Frank Turner song, like I Still Believe, and it's like I still believe rock and roll can like change the world, I was, yeah, this guy gets it. And so I was following him, but things weren't, I was not sparking to anything nearly as much as like that record. And and to the point where maybe I didn't even maybe hear some of his music, but I was on the mailing list and this like undefeated album was forthcoming. And he probably, if I checked any website more, I feel so old. I refreshed the website. I'm just like such an old man. That's where I'm getting my news or whatever. I go to the .com and I refresh it and there's nothing new. But that's what I was doing with the Frank Turner thing. And I think I was even holding off on listening to this like the undefeated song, which is a terrific song that I was just waiting for that full-length album, like the weirdo that I am. And so eventually it came out. Uh, I listened to it and there was plenty on it that I responded to, but this song somewhere in between in particular just like reduced me to tears because there was so like I came to learn more about more specifically what he was referencing in his own life, but there was so much about this that reflected my own experience as a young man that that I hadn't heard someone sing about and that I hadn't myself tried to write or sing about, that I just, as they say, I felt like so seen or whatever in a way that I hadn't before. And I was just like, whoa, And so I just loved it so much. Um, and as with Katie Pruitt, I struggled a little bit as to whether or not I'd include other songs from that album, which ultimately I didn't for various considerations. But this one I couldn't leave off just because of how I mentioned in the liner notes. I recently saw the Bob Dylan biopic that I've been thinking a lot about, and there's a phrase in there where Bob Dylan was meeting Woody Guthrie in the hospital. He talked about hearing his music, and he said like, I heard that song and it struck me to the ground, and even that phrase devastates me.
uh,
um, I Bob Dylan was another one of those people where like I had friends in the late 90s who were playing his music around the campfire, and his Time Out of Mind album was out that was so great, but I just didn't like lock in until later. And when I did, it was like I think a lot about that Scorsese documentary called No Direction Home. No Direction. Yeah, No Direction Home. Yeah, that came out right around the time I was starting to make and share original music. And Joan Baez is in that documentary. In an interview, she says, like, for a lot of people, they can just, like, he doesn't mean much to them, or like they can take it or leave it. He's this cultural figure. But like, for those of us who, like, who believe, as she puts it, it goes deep. And for me, it didn't. And then it did. And then it's like, and so, um, there's something about that kind of processing things through music that Dylan did in a kind of oblique way, but it's there if you're listening. And like I think that's a real common critique of him, is that he so obfuscates himself in his music and in this. I don't know if you've seen the biopic and stuff, but uh he does like, I guess he was involved in it to where like the last one of the table reads or something before they filmed it, like he read the part himself. He changed lines.
oh
And
wow.
I suspect, I've got nothing to verify this, that I think that struck me to the ground line. I think that's one of his additions. That just seems like the kind of thing I'm choosing to believe that. But so somebody to kind of to try to stop talking about it.
You still believe?
Yeah, but also the uh this thing about the revealing yourself through song, and then the critique of him that he doesn't, or that you can watch this movie and not this what's the movie called, A Complete Unknown, and not know anything more about him or not have anything more revealed. The director or something though said he's got however many, I can't remember the number, monologues in this movie. He is revealing about himself, just not in the way that you maybe want him to. And anyway, so I just think same with the Katie Pruitt song. I just think that's such a brave. and vulnerable and thus empowering thing that Frank Turner does in this song. And then when I eventually, so the reason I encountered the music videos is actually only the New Kids one I saw first, I think. But in the other cases, it was to put together other ways for people to hear the music. Like you said, it's very marginal the amount of people that encounter these mixes. But whenever, if anyone's hearing it, like hearing my voice, like you're one of them, and it must mean something. And thank you so much, But so I was like, I want to make sure that if someone does want to hear this music, that they can. And so I was trying to go through all the services. And so on YouTube, there's either like lyric videos or sometimes full-fledged music videos. And this one, somewhere in between, had one that seems to be like inordinately but autobiographical. And I knew that Frank Turner was in punk bands prior to being a solo artist, but I didn't know anything about it. And he seems to like delve into that in the video, and like even more sort of revealing and vulnerable. And I was just like, wow, it's a lot. And so I'm just, yeah, it's wow. I mean, this is what I want. This is what I'm after. This is what I'm looking for. And so I mentioned the streaming service because it was after listening to this. I think I borrowed my wife's Amazon password or whatever to be able to hear the full album. I was like, okay, what is it going to associate? Because I want more of this, and it did kind of suggest some things. And I heard a lot of music that was kind of similar. And Amazon then reminded me of Chuck Reagan. And I was like, oh, wow. But nothing came to it. Nothing clicked as much as this. But yeah, I guess I'm just still out here refreshing websites. Looking for something to light me up.
This was another, like, just kind of going back and looking back through your liner notes again before we hopped on the call, and I checked out you had the link to the music video, so let me check out this music video because I had not seen it prior to this. And yeah, yeah, the song and that video together, just a lot of weight, a lot of weight.
Mhm.
So good. Yeah, it's so I and I think, like, in my liner notes I kind of talked about this kind of thing a little bit later, but I might as well get into it now because it's, yeah, applicable here too. That I think one of the simultaneously great and bad things about my own listening habits, and like the constant need to seek out new music and having like literally anything you could possibly want available to you at your fingertips through streaming and Spotify and whatnot like that, is that, like, yeah, I'm discovering a lot of new stuff, which is great. But I also simultaneously spend less time with each individual thing, just because there's always that next thing to check out. And I think this album suffers a little bit of that from that for me, because like I was listening to all the singles as they were coming out prior to the album's release, and then the album came out and I gave that a listen. And, like, I don't know, Frank stuff, so I got into him with the album that came out after the one that you referenced. So Tape Deck Heart was the first one that I
Yeah,
heard from him.
I have that on vinyl, but it didn't spark anything for me.
It's, yeah, and like that's what happened to me too. It took me like, I think, a year, maybe even 2 years to really like fully appreciate that album, because I liked a couple of singles from it, but then, like, I don't know, the rest of it didn't grab me. And it wasn't until a couple of years later, going back and re-listening, to where I really really got into that.
Hmm.
And it's, to this day, that's still my favorite album of his now. Uh,
Oh,
yeah,
I'll have
it's
to.
so
I'm on
good.
a tether now, or otherwise I'd go and grab it because I should pull it back out and then re-engage with it. I like the
Mm,
idea that it could grow on me.
so amazing. But that's kind of what the experience I've had with pretty much all of his albums. And not all of them have really really stuck with me, but like most of the ones that I've listened to, it takes a while for me for it to really grab me. Because I think he is, like, very much a lyrical guy, and like even though his songs are great too, really catchy, there's a lot of energy, but I think to really fully appreciate him, you also have to appreciate the message and the lyrics, and
Yeah.
and
Yep.
just for me, it takes a few listens for that to really sink in. And if I've got a list of 10 albums that came out on a particular Friday that I want that I'm interested in checking out, a lot of times I don't really give an album enough listens to really let it sink in. And there's probably a lot of stuff that I would have otherwise ended up really, really loving that I just didn't give enough chances to. And I think this album is one of those for me because I listened to it, I liked it, I still saved it. It's still in my like albums list in Spotify, but I haven't really gone back to it and given it the kind of repeated listens that I probably should have. And like this song in particular, I saved it in my best of 2024 playlist, and so it's one that I've come back to and listened to, but I didn't listen to it, right? Like I heard it, but
Yeah.
I
Oh,
didn't
yeah.
listen to it.
Yeah.
Um, and honestly, it wasn't until hearing it on your mix and like hearing the things that you said about it that I'm like, okay, I need to pay close attention to this now, and not just hear it as I'm doing something else. I need to focus on it. And now doing that, like holy shit, I think I need to go back to this album and re-listen to the whole thing and try to get more into it than I was, because damn, what an amazing song.
Oh, I'm glad. Yeah, I love the idea that yeah, maybe. Because I think yeah, if you're up for it, there's some stuff, for our age and even just interest in music and playing music and sharing music
Yeah.
that could well resonate. What's so we got AWOLNATION next up for you, right? Panoramic view.
Yeah. So that we're still kind of continuing the good positive vibes here. We're still kind of feeling good about life and the world around us, as this song is coming on. Yeah, I mean, just AWOL Nation's cool band, just a cool band, like fun to listen to. Just got a lot of great music. Like the dude from that band, I've been following him through various other bands even before AWOL Nation was a thing, and like every time he puts something out, I almost approach it in a way that like, well, I really love the last couple of things that he did, but like it's got to run out eventually. This new thing's probably not going to be as good. And then I don't know why. I have no idea why I take that mentality with him, but like there's certain bands that I do that with, and I don't know why. And they're one of them. And like every time I listen to the stuff, I'm like, what the fuck was I thinking? This is great. I love this too.
Yeah.
And that happened to me with this newest album, and just I love everything on it, and this song especially, just like it's just a beautiful, melodically and lyrically and musically, just a beautiful song, and it's very positive, and it's uplifting, and yeah, and musically too, just for the flow of the album, I kind of felt like we were at a point where we've got a lot of kind of hard rock stuff happening, and we're gonna have a lot of like harder,
Yeah.
heavier stuff later on, and like this is just a nice ballady, atmospheric bridge to get from one section of the year to another. So yeah,
I like that one. I
that's
like this one a lot. Yeah, and I just made a note to check out that full album because I was really into this song, especially the chorus. I mean, but all of it though. I really like this.
yes. And he's another guy whose voice I absolutely love, and the way that he's able to tailor his vocal delivery in a different way for whatever song it is that he's singing at the time, because like some of the heavier, like more upbeat songs, he'll have that kind of grittiness to him, and then something like this where it's just very pleasant, got that kind of higher pitch going on, and it's yeah, I love everything about it.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, and this was. Did you say have they been on previous mixes for you?
I know they've been on at least one. I can I can look that up.
Yeah. And I
uh,
like the little anecdote you put in your liner notes about kayaking on the Cuyahoga River behind the pavilion and catching their sound check. That's
yes,
awesome.
yeah. Yeah, they opened my 2018 mix.
Oh, okay. I'm feeling an urge to go back. I mentioned before, I think maybe I heard this one through more times and made me think like, ooh, have I not given previous years enough times through to fall as deeply in love as I can? So I'll have to revisit some of that. But keep going with this next one, the Linkin Park. I was very surprised by this, and actually, I'd encourage you to maybe do two more, and maybe that'll become apparent. Linkin Park and the one after it.
All right. Yeah, so Linkin Park, uh what a surprise
Yeah,
for
yeah,
this year. I was not expecting new Linkin Park music ever again.
right.
And, because they've been like releasing they've released like a couple of found tracks from like outtakes and things like that here and there over the last couple of years. Mike Shinoda has been doing some solo stuff. He actually he had a song last year that I thought was awesome, but I don't think I included it on my mix. But it was, yeah, I loved it. Um, but yeah, like just kind of out of nowhere, this new single drops and the announcement of a new album. They've got a new single or a new singer, and there is a like it's like everything. There's polarization going on. There's a big part of the fan base that's like, you can't really continue the name without Chester, and then then she's got her own kind of interesting things about her backstory too. But and to be fair, like I felt a little weird about new music under that brand name coming out without him, because like he's just such a huge personification of that band name. But I think realistically, I think like at least musically and songwriting wise, I think Mike Shinoda had a lot more to do with the band's content. So it makes sense that ultimately it's not up to me, right?
Yeah.
It's their call. And like, what does it matter, right? We're getting new music. What should I care? And why should anybody care, to be honest? And I love the album. I love it's really good. Is it going to be my favorite album from the band? No, but certainly not their worst. But it's got a lot of really good stuff on it, and it touches on a lot of different styles too, which is something that I like too. So they're not necessarily. I think my biggest fear when they announced it was that I hope that you actually do something creative with this, and it's not just a retread of Hybrid Theory or something. I hope we're not just trying to recapture past glory and make money off the name. That I hope you have something new to say and new creative styles and directions to go in. And I think they did a good job on the album of touching on a lot of different styles and different influences and doing some pretty creative things that don't just simply sound like old Linkin Park. And this song in particular, like it's not a song that's so outlandish that I'm saying I can't believe the band is releasing this song, but it's also a song that like I listen to and I think that I don't think it could have been on another album other than this one. So it's its own thing. I love her voice on it. I'm not entirely sure what their meaning is behind it, but I thought that like at least when I'm applying my own meaning and listening to it at the time of year that I heard it, with everything else going on, I thought that like it really fits with Because I assume it's about relationships, but like in my
Hmm.
mind, I kind of applied my own much larger, broader meaning to it, of like just having discussions about politics or the world or everything, and that like so rarely do we have actual meaningful discussions about these things where we actually listen to what the other person says, take in that information, and respond to it in a thoughtful, creative, critical way. Most of it is just parroting our talking points and just basically talking over each other and
Yeah.
waiting for the other person to quit talking so you can say your point, and it doesn't necessarily have anything to do with what they just said because you weren't listening. uh, and man, was that ever evident this year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I
So
didn't pick up on that. That reading of it. But as soon as you said it, as soon as you were starting to get there, I was like, oh, of
yeah.
course. You
Yep.
know.
Yeah.
Wow, that's great. Well, I
Yeah.
mean, great. It's
Well,
great as an artistic thing.
yeah. So we go from that song into Palaye Royale, which just god damn, what a fun, just gritty, sleazy rock band they are. I love them. They're so fun. They're so good. And I this is another one where like going back and talking about transitions between songs. I love the transition between these two songs because they have that little talking part at the end of the Linkin Park song, and then
Yeah,
a
love that.
like talking part at the beginning of the Palaye Royale song, that I was thinking at first like maybe I should just cut those out. And then I heard them back to back. I'm like, no, this word, this actually works. So yeah, I left it in there. But yeah, that Palaye Royale, that album also, just like, if you like this song, you would like the album. It's so fucking good and fun to listen to, and it's one of those albums that like I can't listen to without doing my really shitty dancing as well.
Cool, man.
And I saw these guys live this year, and man, what a just fun high energy show. And I'll have to send you the photo too, because like I always take a ton of photos from anything that I go to, whether it's a concert, a trip, or whatever. I end up with like my phone is just filled with photos. But like my single greatest concert photo that I took this year was at that show, and it's like the dude was literally just running all over the venue, ran upstairs, sang from the balcony, ran downstairs, climbed up on the rafters by the speakers, hanging upside down with the microphone, pumping his fist to the crowd, and it was like
Wow.
right over top of where I was standing, and I got this awesome photo of it. Like, so
Oh,
I'll
hell
have to,
yeah.
I'll have to send you that to let you see it. But
Yeah,
yeah, it
that
was
sounds
so
awesome.
fun.
Wow, that's great. The reason I wanted you to make sure to address them back to back. So actually, I have a question though. Um, get your screaming pants on. Is that part of the dialogue from the Linkin Park song or from the Palais Royale song?
That was part of the Linkin Park song.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So
Yeah.
that was on that album. The very next track is probably the loudest and heaviest track on the Linkin Park album, and it's very very screamy.
Oh, okay.
So I think that was just like something that they said in the studio that they probably went, that's pretty funny. Let's leave it in there. But it totally works going into the Palaye Royale song. So like you're like,
Yeah.
man,
Well,
that's
when you
cool.
said that there was two sort of dialogue things back to back, I wondered, it's like, oh, maybe I didn't realize where the split was, like what's so often happening for
Yeah.
me. But I um I made a note my first time around, or was surprised that. So first off, I didn't know when I was listening through that the Linkin Park song "Over Each Other" was a Linkin Park song because female vocalist, and I didn't have any
Right.
context, um, or even new Linkin Park or whatever. But then when I was hearing the Showbiz, I thought to myself, "Wow, this sounds a lot like Linkin Park, the vocalist." So when I sort of saw it all, I was like, "Oh, wow, okay." So there's a lot going on there. Uh, Yeah, I liked both songs. I was yeah, that was very fun and cool. Glad to know that I was never like I only know Linkin Park through the radio songs, but of course it's so distinct their thing that they did and Chester's voice in particular. Anyway, yeah, that's
Yeah.
awesome. I'll have to look more into to both.
Yeah, I would say like for Linkin Park and like their first four albums in my opinion, it's it's as good as a four album string as you will find from any band. At least in my mind. Like they're just one masterpiece to another to another to another. And
Oh,
especially for me, the fourth one, it's an album called A Thousand Suns. And like I think that album turned a lot of people off. Like a lot of people did not like that album when it came out because it was pretty radically different from everything that had come out before it. Um, and like to me, I say I think that album almost borders on prog rock. Like it's a
hmm.
concept album. It's very electronic. It's very thematic, like very very theme heavy. Not every song can is something that you would listen to individually. It's like not every song has that chorus. It's not like not everything on there could be played on the radio, but it's one of those albums that like just it needs to be listened to as an entire album as a full entity instead of necessarily just picking out singles or picking out songs. And like it's more or less about like nuclear war and politics and
Oh
things like
wow.
that, like a lot of very very heavy topics. And musically it fits that theme. It's just it's such an intricate, just well done album. It's I get why people didn't like it at first. Like it's definitely it's not for everybody. It's not an album that you're just going to put on and have it hit you right away. But yeah, I mean, if you're willing to dive into it and like and really focus on it and listen to it, it's a very rewarding album. And maybe rewarding is not the right word, but like it's just a very good, really awesome album. And like also one that I pulled back out and listened to quite a bit this year, just with everything going on, even before I knew they were coming back. So it was just one that like, oh, I'm in a headspace where I need to listen to this. And
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I was into both of those. Let's see. I'm gonna group some together that don't really have much in common, but just so that we're not here until 2026.
I, I was gonna
It's
say too. I think I'm several tracks ahead of you now too.
oh,
you
okay.
you, you got to catch up.
Let's see. So the next one of mine is called "Still a Fire." Um, MILKCK and milk. I don't know if that's it's like she says this acronym
I was gonna
or
ask you how to pronounce that. I assume it's
I
milk.
don't know. Yeah. So Connie Kimberly Lim. And I'm, if you're just looking at her initials, CKLM, they're in there for milk. But I don't know if that's,
I
but
wonder if yeah, I wonder if that was intentional.
I don't, yeah, I don't know. And I don't know a ton about like this artist. I became aware of her a couple years ago with this single she did in collaboration, or that Ani DiFranco was featured on, and so that's how I became aware of it. Called "We Won't Go Back" that I really liked, and just been trying to keep an eye on her output since then. And this one, I really appreciated and wanted to have a home for. And so I don't have a ton more to say about it.
So I
But
just
unless,
realized if you take her last name and just read it backwards, that's how you get the MIL, and then
oh,
just reverse the
sure.
first two initials.
I think you got it. Yep.
Damn, that's cool.
Nicely
That's clever. I
done.
like that.
Yeah. Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
You cracked it. Thank you. But I think, in addition to liking it, that, it fits the thing of like the voices I was trying to make sure to amplify, um, which is why I included it. And then next up is Treasury of Prayers from Joe Pug. And Joe Pug is a singer-songwriter very much in that kind of style, I guess, in terms of just the way that his voice sounds and being a primarily acoustic guitar player who's very lyrically driven and sophisticated in that way, of like early Dylan records. Um, so I'm open for Josh Ritter at the Beachland Ballroom in 2009 and was just like instantly like, whoa. And so I've kept track of him since then. And he has a podcast that I didn't mention here, but you might like, called The Working Songwriter. And it's just, I think it's monthly. He's been doing it for quite some time. And it's all just like, not necessarily singer songwriters, but all songwriters. Hence the title, Working Songwriter. Which is pretty good. And this song Treasury of Prayers comes from his Sketch of a Promised Departure album. And his last two or three records maybe haven't been my most favorite, but there's always at least like one song that I really like. And a lot of his early records I like a ton of. And I just appreciate his sensibility and his writing so much.
Yeah, I know you've included him a lot, and yeah, I'll be honest, like the only thing I know of him is from your mix albums, but I like everything that I've heard, including this song.
Oh, good. Yeah, he's great. And so somebody though that was completely new to me is this Soccer Mommy, which is a funny name for an act, I guess.
I came across this album this year too.
Did you also? Okay.
Yeah. I can't. There were a few songs that I saved also. I can't remember what they were offhand, but yeah, like like seeing the track list afterward, I'm like, oh yeah, that was yeah.
Yeah, I felt. I was not familiar with her at all, but it was one of these things. I was like visiting my friend I mentioned before, who's the big Swiftie, and who had made a mix that he shared with me recently, and just that we we've made music together over the years. We just go back a long time, and I was visiting him, and we were just like having our morning coffee, and he's got this great like set up in his living room with all his records, and the speakers are like spread out, and he put this album on that was a few songs in, and I was just like, who is this? I seem to like each thing. I'm just like into it. He's like, Soccer Mommy. I was like, okay. Soccer Mommy. This was in South Dakota, and it's like a good 4 or 5 hour drive or whatever. So on the drive back, I made a point of listening to more of her music, and I did go back a little bit, and well, I'm trying to think better of this, but I guess I will name it, because what the hell, I'll cut it out if it's too annoying. But there's a thing that a lot of, especially, I'm very sensitive to affected vocal things. Like if somebody's speaking voice is one way and then they sing with this like weird accent, it makes me so mad. And I think it's one of those things. It's because when I was a kid, I was so good at sort of imitation and all this, and I would just like sing. Pearl Jam was the biggest example that I did, and so I would just sing. I could sing like Eddie Vedder, so I did, and so and it took me a long time to sing in what I felt was my own voice. So I'm just extra sensitive to that and annoyed by it, and it has more to do with me than the people doing it. but going back to even the MILCK song, like I would have. The first half of that song, she's singing in this voice that is so ubiquitous that I think is basically like an Amy Winehouse. There's a couple singers from that era that did this kind of affectation that has been adopted and perpetuated, and that just drives me fucking bananas, to be honest. And some of Soccer Mommy's early music had this thing, but whatever it was about this album, Evergreen, she stumbled into kind of her own something, and all of the songs kind of sound similar, but in a great way for an album. And I love just like the sonic palette of it, and I don't always like know what she's saying, not because it's that hard to understand, but just because the whole thing washes over me in this like really pleasing way, to where I've listened to that album front to back a number of times and makes me want to do it again, because it's just like the whole thing sounds great. And I had to pick, this was the song I chose, but sonically at least I could have chosen any number of them. I was really into it.
Yeah, it is, and I agree with you on like the vocal delivery. it doesn't always annoy me every time I hear something to that. I guess I don't know. I guess it depends on the artist and the song. Like because sometimes I'll hear something and I'll think like, that's obviously not your natural voice, but it does fit with the song, so I'm not annoyed by it. But other times I do find it very annoying. And especially too with younger bands too, that like Gen Z bands that kind of do that weird vowel thing too. Have you picked up
That
on
might
that?
be it.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's coming up in one of your songs, but it's like, and I shouldn't pigeonhole it to singers because it's not exclusive to that. It's just where I notice it maybe most often
Yeah.
because I think it's like coming up maybe on one or one we passed over. It was like where somebody's saying like I don't give a fuck, but they're like I don't give a fight. I can't even do it.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
actually,
yeah,
but
yeah.
it's the
It's
same
that.
thing, and I'm
Hmm.
just like, what is that? Stop it.
Yeah.
But
It's
I don't
no,
know what right I
you know
have to
what it
tell
was? It
them.
was the Dead Poet Society song. That dude
Oh,
does
okay,
that. Yeah, yeah.
okay, yeah.
And I know the exact lyric that you're talking about, and
It's
that's
the
exactly how he
same
delivers it. Yeah, it's
same thing that bothers me about both everybody, and I don't know what it
yes,
is or why I don't like it, but it makes me mad.
yes, and that's another thing too, where it's I find it more prominent. I guess I don't know. I find it more annoying in some songs than others. Uh, but yeah, that's and there's I think there's even a name for it too. But it's weird. There's like it's an entire generation of singers that do this weird vowel thing that like
Yeah, it's not
that's not how
theirs.
you
They're,
talk.
it's like
Like I
the
know
people who would sing, and this is why it's like I think it bothers me so much because I'm sure I've done it and I didn't like it about myself and whatever. It's got so much more to do with me than them. But yeah. So I'm so glad to know that I'm not alone in recognizing it. I love the
yeah,
idea that there's a term for it.
yeah.
But anyway, Soccer
But yeah,
Mommy got beyond it, and she's on her own
yeah.
thing that I really appreciate.
uh,
Oh my God,
it,
there's so many songs. I don't even know what to say. I mean, I do know what to say, but you go next though. The
um, I'm looking up the vowel thing.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Go ahead and jump
Oh
into your
sure.
next thing here.
Yeah, maybe I'll try to kind of string some together. I hate to like short change people for whatever reason, but um this does remind me, the next few remind me of a period of time. So maybe I'm gonna tackle like three more even. That sounds perhaps like a lot, but the next song on my list is called "The End of Beginning" by DJO. Another one I don't know how to pronounce. And I think this probably maybe reached the zeitgeist or something. I don't know, but I heard it because of my wife, and my wife was like, "Do you know who this is?" I'm like, "Well, of course I don't know who this is." But when she told me, she's like, "This is Steve Harrington." And I was like, "You mean from Stranger Things?" She's like, "Yeah, this is his music act." And it's like it should be annoying or should be easy to dismiss, but it's like kind of great, or like at least like really enjoyable. And um yeah, it became a song that we listened to a ton. We actually coincidentally were rewatching all of Stranger Things because we were mistaken in thinking that the new season was coming out in the fall. Um, but yeah, I love that show. Uh, I love that character, and I love this song. And the I even had a dream that I was writing a song in my dreams. I did this one other time in my life, and actually coincidentally, it's the same friend who introduced me to Soccer Mommy. Um, he came to a much more original voice in his own songwriting much sooner than I did, and so I was very jealous of that and of him. And in my dream, um, it was a song he was singing that I was jealous of in my dream, and then I woke up and I was like, oh, that's not his song. This could be my song, and it's not even one of my better songs, but it was very exciting at the time, and it hadn't happened in many years. It happened this year. Even though I was like making little phone recordings, and the further I got into it, I was like, oh shit. Like right down to the way the guitar was played. It was this song and the beginning. Uh, so anyway, I liked it so much I tried to steal it in my dreams.
I love that. I love that story.
Thank you. But the chorus of it is something like, when I'm back in Chicago, I feel it. Another version of me, I'm still in it. But the Chicago connection is what led to its placement on the album and the few songs that follow. So I mentioned I hadn't been to many concerts in the last few years, but a lot of baseball games. And I love this new Pearl Jam album, Dark Matter. And there had been a tour or maybe two of theirs that I skipped. But I remember going to one, and I think I ended up going to it by myself years ago and saying sort of out loud or something to myself, like, don't be skipping this because you love this. Like, make sure to show up. And so when
Do the thing.
yeah, yeah. So when this tour was coming around, they weren't coming to Minneapolis or someplace close to, particularly close to me, but they were coming back to Wrigley Field in Chicago, and they had done a concert film called Let's Play 2 a number of years ago that I really liked, and that got into the band's sort of connection with Chicago, and it's centered around some performances at Wrigley Field, and I was like, oh, we could go to Wrigley Field. And my wife is the tie to the baseball games. She became really passionate about the Twins and baseball in general, and it's like I've become super knowledgeable about the whole thing, and thought she would appreciate going to the Wrigley Field as well. So like, let's make this happen. And then the opening act was Glen Hansard, who's been on tons of my mixes, and um, became friends. He and Eddie Vedder became friends because in at some point, maybe 2009, 10, there was like some deaths because of a mishap at a show at a Swell Season concert, and Eddie Vedder had been through that with Pearl Jam, and so he reached out, not knowing Glen Hansard at all, but like reached out knowing what he was going through, and they struck up a friendship. And these are like two of my favorite musicians of all time, like becoming friends and all that. This is so great, and so I actually did get to see them play together with a solo type show in 2010 in or 11 maybe in Detroit. But like this was going to be like full band scenario, and I came to know Glen Hansard through his band, the Frames, Irish band, the Frames. And he does great singer-songwriter stuff, but like my first love was the rock band, the Frames. And so this was going to be kind of a rock band scenario, and the Frames haven't been, they've reunited a little bit, but I hadn't seen them in a while. But and a lot of his solo stuff was still a lot of that group, just under a different name. In any event, to see them together in Wrigley Field playing was such a great experience. Very small place, wasn't prepared for that. I tried to go to the bathroom and had to abandon ship because it was just an impossibility to get through the crowd. So I waited for a song in the Pearl Jam set that I was like, oh, I know this song, I don't like the song. Deep cut called All Night. But anyway, it was very cool. And then, like, toward the end of the show, they duetted on Falling Slowly, which is Glen Hansard's most notable, or sort of most well-known song. Great. But then he stayed on stage, and the bassist and guitarist switched instruments, and I'm like, holy shit! Like, it's a big Pearl Jam fan. Almost every song is sung by Eddie Vedder because, of course. But there was a minute where they're like different band members were writing songs, and so they would sing them. And so the guitarist Stone Gossard sang his song from No Code called Mankind. Not a great song, but when Jeff, the bassist, and Stone were switching instruments, I'm like, holy shit, are they going to play Mankind? Which would have been cool for me to see. But one better, they played a different song from the No Code album called Smile that I forgot was that same switch. And actually, I don't even know that the instrument switch happens on Mankind, but I didn't know what was coming. I just knew it was something special. And it turned out to be Smile, which I'd never heard live, which was very exciting for me. But he called Glen Hansard out to duet, and they did it. And his vocal range fit so much better than I was expecting. And it was just really fun. So this is the only one not on the others, like streaming type services. This I had to get from like the bootleg and all that. So you have to have like the MP3 download, or there's a shitty audience recording on my YouTube playlist. But yeah, great moment for me, wonderful song. And then I took the because it's my mix and I can do what I want, I put a third Pearl Jam song, the title track from Dark Matter, which I don't know. I guess this is for me where it starts to take a turn to like that concert in the summer felt like sort of the last good time before everything happened. and I guess that song was the turn. And also I included the studio version. I thought about doing the live version, but the Watt produced is just so strong that I wanted it to be that. So there you go. That's that little like Chicago block for me.
Like it. Yeah. Yeah, man, I do think I think also that Dark Matter, the song, is probably my favorite song off of Dark Matter, the album.
Nice.
Yeah, just such a like energetic song. Just so catchy. Love it. I don't know how to pronounce the DJO name either.
I don't, yeah.
And what sucks is I like just heard it said out loud yesterday, and I don't remember now how to say it. But like, ironically, I don't know if you ever listened to the NPR Politics podcast, but on Fridays they always do a segment called "Can't Let It Go," where like the podcast hosts just kind of go around the table and talk about something that like that they're thinking about, whether it's politics or otherwise. And the one guy mentioned the performer and talked about like how he'd been listening to him lately and was really liking it. And like, oh man, that was on David's mix.
Oh,
so it's
wow.
just kind of
so you hadn't heard
hear
it?
that. Was that?
You hadn't heard it necessarily, other than the politics podcast? Like you didn't hear it in any of your streaming service type thing?
No, I mean
Oh,
my first time hearing it was your mix, and
oh,
then yesterday the guy on the podcast mentioned him too, and I'm like, whoa, that's ironic.
I don't know why that surprises me. I guess I just thought maybe it was like a hit, but I don't know what that means anymore.
It probably is. I just I don't know. I just didn't come across. I didn't know that it was a thing.
I'm guessing it's not. If you didn't know it, I don't know. But I'm glad you liked it. That's cool. Yeah, and I don't think he has a ton of other music, or I don't know. And but I just sort of found, and to be honest, the end of begin, I like it. The title, the parts of it annoy me. The title annoys me, but I find it so pleasant. I'm trying to move through this relatively quickly, but I'll divulge this real quick. Is that is it a he or she? Is she a he or she? She makes an appearance.
She makes an appearance. Yeah, she's I think right now she's telling me like, hey, you're supposed to be feeding me.
I know. My wife is just like, bro, it's been a long time. I know. We're having a good time. So we're trying to. So I'm gonna skip the story I was gonna share because it's not that great. All right, STARSET, right? Did I get that right?
Yeah. Yeah. So the next song up on mine, and really like pretty much the rest of the album is all the part of the same theme.
Yeah, mine too.
Yeah.
This is where shit goes down. This is where we're like, both we've been talking for 5 hours, but also just like, oh, what do we want to say about this?
Yeah. I mean, like this song, the name of the song is Dystopia. I mean, it's pretty much speaks for itself. Like it's yeah, we all know what happened. We all know what this is in reference to. And it is funny, like, because lyrically, like, you would think that that's exactly what this song is about, but like, I mean, given the fact that it came out 3 days after the election, and so clearly the song has to have been written well before November and recorded well before November. But wow, if this isn't probably the most relevant song that I heard all year. But beyond all of that, my cat's in the other room yelling at me. I don't know if you can hear that or not. No. But aside from that, like, so STARSET just really really cool band. They're actually out of Columbus, but they're kind of like bands like Ghost, for example. Like they sort of got their own backstory and lore behind them, and like all of their albums so far have been a part of a larger kind of sci-fi dystopian story arc that's really cool. And like even at their concerts, they'll have like posters and things like that up in the crowd that like go along with the storylines and whatnot, and it's just cool and immersive like that. Their stage show and costumes and everything kind of fit all of that too. And I believe, I'm not entirely sure, but at least kind of like what I've seen from some kind of cryptic social media posts is that I think that whenever their next album comes out, which I assume will be at some point this year, I think that's going to wrap up the larger story arc that they've been telling so far. So I don't know what they'll do beyond this, if they'll just like start a new story or something. But it's cool stuff. I mean, like visually and conceptually, it's very very cool. It's very Black Mirror-ish. If I don't know if you're a fan of that show or not,
a little bit.
Yeah, I love that show. And like I feel like their albums could be episodes of that show. So it's very very similar in concept. But yeah, I don't know, man. This song was what I needed to hear at that time. And yeah, I guess that's all I'll say. And
the one thing I had that note about that song that I had, I just loved batten down the fucking hatches, like like I was not expecting the fuck, and it was just so satisfying every time.
it so is, right? Because like I mean I don't get offended by cursing or anything like that. I've never actually written a song where I say fuck in it, but like and there's certainly times where I'll hear songs where it just sounds like you're unintelligent, I think, because you're saying it too often. Yeah. But like in the right context, in the right line, it has the right effect. And in this song, yes, I can't imagine that line without it. And followed by the next line of like, this is what you get when you still play with matches, or however that line goes too. Like, god damn, what a fucking amazing 2 lines. I love it. Yeah. Yeah.
Good shit. Great shit.
Right. And I'll jump into the next one here. So the next one is Nightwish. Kind of going back to what we were talking about with Frank Turner too, that like I love this album, and it really wasn't until a month or so, maybe a couple months after it came out, where I re-listened to it, because it didn't grab me right away. This is definitely one of those albums where it's very heavy, not so much in a musical sense, but in a content sense. Like it's very proggy. Like there's just a lot going on, and it's not. I do find it catchy now too. Like there's hooks and stuff that will get stuck in my head, but they're very subtle, and it takes multiple listens to really pick up on them. And it's just one of those albums that where like if for me, if I just listen to it once, it's not really sticking with me, and I had to like force myself to re-listen to it multiple times, and like each time I'd listen to it, I'd pick up on something else and pick up on something else, and it's one of those albums where there's just a lot there, and every time you listen to it, you hear something else and you pick up on something else, and it just gets better and better and better. And man, they're a band that I've loved for years, and I love like the singer specifically. I love her voice. Musically, I love everything that they do. All of their albums have full orchestras and mixed in too, so it's very symphonic, very very dramatic sounding. There's just so much layers of music happening within it, and the album itself is a lot more positive than than what its placement on this album seems to indicate. But like it's really like their last three albums have been all a part of kind of like a larger theme as well that have to do with just sort of kind of almost celebrating life in a way and appreciating nature and the world around you. Um, but this song specifically is kind of more of a criticism of kind of the things that we were talking about before of like kind of trying to co-opt things for political gain and just spreading misinformation and things of that nature. So it seemed like a very obvious choice for me to pick out and to put onto to this mix here. But also, I think that it's also one of the stronger choruses and melodies on that album too. And I love also the way that it begins and ends with just the nice piano and orchestration and everything, just everything musically that I love it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm gonna jump in for just one because I'm realizing then the remaining ones kind of come in pairs for me.
Okay.
So my next track would be Unprecedented Shit from Ani DiFranco. This is where I think I make the most marked turn toward just like, okay, dark matter is like getting into it, like a transition out of that concert and that album that I love, but also just some of what that song starts to bring up is the things, we're dancing around. Um, and yeah, but what we're headed into is unprecedented and
Yeah.
unfathomably fucked for those of us not happy about it.
Yeah. I
This
love
song,
that phrase, by the way. Unfathomably fucked.
that
That's great.
all right, yeah, that came out of I don't know where. I was like, I was just
That's
reaching for words.
that is an album title.
Thank you. um, we'll call that for our the name of the conversation. No,
Yeah,
because
yes.
this has been way too fun to call that. Yeah. So I mean, Ani has been on back to my first attempt at this in 2004, and this year a documentary about her work, or her career called 1-800 on Her Own was released that I had a chance to see here in Minnesota, and hopefully it'll become increasingly more widely available. And coincidentally to our conversation, I guess the distribution of it so far was centered around battleground states and like Michigan and Pennsylvania and stuff like that. So the places you could see it at first, and especially during that time, were only in theaters through these events linked to that. She's always been a very politically active and motivated performer and writer, and this song, I don't know, it's interesting because like she's a little bit at a loss too. She's like, I've seen a lot of stuff, but she's like, I don't know if I can hang with whatever the fuck this is, and I'm just like looking forward to that drink when I get home. So like owning up to a certain kind of like, I don't know what. I was kind of interesting, and without trying to be more succinct because of dinner on the stove and all that, but it's like so much is going through my head. But when I was talking earlier about Bob Dylan and the Bob Dylan movie, it's like I can't think of another American musician who's had more of a voice of the generation burden than he has, and he just sort of shirked it. Like it was just like you can't take that on. It's but I think Ani has had on a much more so a kind of smaller scale. She's just this icon of feminism, of independence in the way that she started her record label, and she just means an awful lot to a lot of people. Oh shit, it stuck up on me how much she means to me, uh, and at the same time, she's just a person like anybody else in this documentary that tries to take her career in a perspective, and it juxtaposes it with her like now. and in these shockingly vulnerable ways, to where, like, to me she's this giant to so many people, but she's just 5'2", and she's not like, I don't even think she's like saw a rough cut of the film, and even though she's like supporting it, I don't think she's really seen it much, and it just shocked me how raw it all is. Like, she's in the film, she's like, uh I think she's about to go in and like take pictures for whatever release, like her umpteenth, or I was gonna say umpteenth. It's like far out of the teens. Like, she's had so many records, but she's like literally trying to put herself together in front of the camera in the backseat of a car. She's like, I'm just coming, and she just throws it off. She's like, I'm just coming from fucking marital counseling. Now I got to go in and like try to put on a brave face for this thing, and it's just, it's an incredible documentary. It's only like 70 some minutes, which I think, when I was both just like quietly weeping through the whole thing once it gets to a certain point, just because of what I was seeing, and the cumulative weight of it all. But I also felt like I wanted it to be twice as long, uh, so I don't know, for anyone kind of interested, if you get a chance to see 1-800 on her own at some point, I highly recommend it. And I think I'll leave it there, because I just, as much as she means to me and as important as her music is as a whole, like her albums for the last really quite a while have been underwhelming. And but every once in a while she's got a song that really cuts through, and I don't even know that this is one of them, but it did capture something about the moment in time for me. So that's why that, and to remember the documentary, I really wanted to include it.
I like that. I'd like to check out that documentary.
So what's next for you? We got I don't know how we got here. Sort of a similar sentiment.
Yeah, yep, yeah. Yeah, I mean, another one that just kind of speaks for itself, given the situation and the time. Yeah, I mean, thematically, there's nothing else really that I could say that we haven't already that we haven't already, like, you get why it's on there. But as far as the band goes, and my love of the band, VOLA was something that a friend of mine suggested to me to check out many years ago. Not many years ago, several years ago. And it's like that particular friend would give me albums and bands to check out periodically, and like he's into like very, very heavy death metal screaming stuff. So like my initial gut reaction anytime I get a suggestion from him is like, this is probably gonna suck, but all right, I'll at least I'll at least give it a quick listen, just to say that I didn't ignore him. But like I'm probably gonna get 30 seconds in and hate it and turn it off, because that style of music is not my thing. But this was a pleasant surprise. Like it's, and dynamically they have such a cool sound to them, because they will float between this almost kind of atmospheric, I don't even really know how to describe, ambient kind of sound, but still also very intricate and progressive. And I love the drumming parts too. Like their drummer just comes up with some very interesting patterns. And the vocal harmonies between the singer and the bass player, that is present not only in the recordings, but also I caught them live a couple of times now, and like just the way it sounds on the record is the way that they play it, and the way it sounds live. They're so locked in and so good live, and on the records, it'll go from a sound like this to the next track might be like just something super heavy and aggressive, but it still has that beautiful vocal and harmonies and stuff going on over top of it too. And it just, I love this band. And yeah, the particular song choice for obvious reasons. And that I'll jump into the next one too. So the next one is Devin Townsend. yeah, another guy who like I forget what band he was. Oh, Strapping Young Lad, I think is the band he was in before. And he's done a lot in like heavy metal, and he's touched on a lot of different styles within metal, and not all of it has been stuff that I've been into. But this particular song, like his last album was kind of more along the lines of like the stuff that Vola does, and this album has a lot of that type of style too. Okay, it kind of floats between that and like some of the more heavier and screamy stuff that I'm not super into. But this song, like, and this song just has such a huge, big, booming chorus, and like
Yeah,
it gets
I love
so
it.
stuck in my head, and like I can't help but just sing along to it. Like I love it, and the message too, with it, like that, just like all we are is a place and time. Like that like everything is this is bigger than just us. We're just here. We're just experiencing it, and like all of this stuff it's bigger than us. And I love that message too, and I think that's also a necessary message, and given the times that we're in, and a good thing to keep in mind. But yeah, so that's kind of all I really have to say about those two songs.
The the chorus of that before the "All We Are Is a Place and Time." Am I hearing it? I meant to look it up, but I didn't. Of course, is it "All We Are Is a Fading Madness"? Is that what he sings before that?
Yeah, I think that's right.
That is a great phrase.
Right.
Yeah, that's a great, huge chorus. I was very into it, and I also just love it comes out. It's like something me. It's just like that great kind of classic. I don't know if it's like Tool or what, but it's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. All we are is a fading madness. All we are is a place and time. All we have is
Yeah,
the faith that it's all gonna change.
yeah.
Like
Oh, it's good
what
stuff.
what what good lyrics. Yeah.
Yeah, I was hoping for a minute that it wasn't correct because then it could be mine. but, but fair play. That's good, great stuff. Yeah, and really heavy. And I actually, yeah, I really like music. It's weird. For me with metal, I've never gotten into metal proper, but I love the idea of it. I love. It's hard to explain. Like I just kind of, just sort of, I don't know. I also just love the whole thing. Like you got the clothes and the attitude and the kind of like sometimes there's like nerdiness hidden underneath the complexities of the music, and also it can be cheesy, but like but people are so into it, and it's so I don't know. I don't want to be I don't mean to like be dismissive about it or like look down. I actually genuinely think it's fucking awesome. And especially it's almost like I love metal fans. I don't know. It's hard to explain. I don't know. But
Metal fans
I have a
are
fondness for it.
they are so like it is so great because like I mean there's so many different I guess subsets and subgenres and stuff within it, and like obviously not all of it is to my liking. The more screamy and aggressive it gets, the less I like it. Like the instant
Yeah.
I hear a raw, like I'm out. Like no, thank you.
Right,
Um,
right.
but then like you have stuff like this where it's just even within that one song, the dynamic shift between the verse and then into the chorus, like it's such a profound shift musically, and I'm sure that if I were to go to a concert and see him live and just look at the audience, it's probably a bunch of nerds, to be honest
Right.
with you.
Yeah.
Like, it's yeah. I love metal fans too. Like and like there's so many like long haired, hard like aggressive t-shirt wearing metal fans that I know and I will talk to that are just like not only the nicest guys ever, but they're the most socially awkward and nerdy guys ever.
Right.
And like they also love like Taylor Swift and shit like that too. It's like, and
Yeah.
they're the most open and accepting people. Like, man, I love you. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's so
That
great.
does hit on a lot of it. Yeah. Yeah. So you're kind of my connection though to that music is really these mixes. And I always mean to follow up on it and I never do. And I'm just like, why don't like it's like I think maybe I love metal music, but I just don't I don't know. So I guess I'm just happy I'm happy for liking anything ever. So sometimes I beat myself up for like not making an academic chore out of it. But I need to just like
Yeah.
accept what I enjoy
Yeah.
and look into things when I feel motivated. But uh, so yes, you feed the cat there.
Yeah, I'm gonna take
I'll
you
talk
on a
about
journey here.
the Cure. So I didn't know there was a new Cure album. My same friend that introduced me to Soccer Mommy, and then I've talked about it a few times, Sean. On right before I took the drive down, he's like, "Have you heard the new Cure album?" And I was like, "I didn't know there was a new Cure album." So I listened, and I think I loved the whole thing. You know, I was just like, "Wow, this is excellent." It sounded like it could have come out in the '80s. And then there was this little tweak that I had never noticed in their music, where it's like it had like lead guitar solos. And so I don't know if that's somebody in the band branching out, and I don't think it's in this song that I chose, the War song, but it was something that caught my attention. But the album that this comes from, Songs from a Lost World, their 14th album, is pretty cool. If you think you might be into it, I would encourage folks to look into that. But in trying to pick a track for this purpose, I ended up going for the theme. And yeah, I definitely don't want to be like whatever glib about this, but both just the sort of dark undertones. But there's some pretty big wars going on and that have been going on, and this was sort of my acknowledgement of that larger world outside of myself somehow. And then I think in part I selected that song and that topic because of the following track from Alicia Keys and her 2016 album. Yeah, Here. Maybe we've talked about this before or not, but she was one of those people that I just didn't just rubbed me the wrong way, and it had more to do with her speaking voice and like, to be honest, her face, or just like she looked like she would had this like attitude that I didn't like for whatever reason that I knew was misguided, but didn't like look into it so many times and things I don't. And then so I'm not sure how I heard it, but in 2020 I heard her song Underdog I just loved it so much, and I still do, and it really just changed my whole perception of her because I just gave her like a chance and stopped dismissing her out of hand for my dumbass reasons, and just kind of fell in love with her whole thing, and kept up with her music from that point forward. But I hadn't really gone back, and then somehow or other I became aware of her memoir, which is called More Myself, that I then listened to. And so it's kind of funny and fitting that I listened to her read it in her voice. And by this time, I didn't have the resistance to it that I once did, and came to appreciate her, all the more. And through this book, as I hope I will finally do now, through for I'm blanking on the name.
For Airborne?
Yes, I'm hoping that the Airborne Toxic Event singers book will help me through their discography that way. I went through Alicia Keys' back catalog because of the memoir, which I really enjoyed. And this song Holy War really stuck out for me in particular, just for its message of war is bad. But I just really appreciated it, and then in putting together the YouTube playlist, I came across the lyric video, which is really wonderfully done, of like not just graphics on a screen, but finding ways to whether it's people writing the words on their skin, but it's all like tied together and just really beautiful. And I think the choice of that one actually was what helped me choose the Cure song. And just great. And I recommend that book too if you think you might be into it. More Myself. I listened to it on the Canopy or Hoopla app through the library.
Yeah. I always forget about that. I need to start using that.
This was one of the things that finally, like, I finally did. I'm like, oh, there's a whole world here of like, you don't have to spend like $30 every time
Right,
you want
yeah.
an audiobook.
Did you have that underdog song on your 2020 mix too?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, and I think I've included other songs of hers since, but this one was from going back through there was she did a collaboration like a dance song that I almost included, but I was kind of embracing it. I'll talk about it in my last two songs when I get to them, but at a certain point I was kind of looking for music to sort of meet the moment, and yeah, one this from her back catalog help me distill that.
Yeah, I am because I kind of have the same experience with her in that like the, the only thing that I knew of hers was that that huge Empire State, I think,
Oh,
right?
sure,
Is
yeah,
that
yep, with
um
Jay-Z.
yeah, and like and I do like that song actually quite a bit, but like I've never sought out anything else of hers and just kind of never I don't know, never felt the urge to, I guess. I just sort of assumed that like I'm probably not gonna like very much of the rest of her stuff, which is probably a stupid assumption because like I've my the only stuff that I've heard of her other than that huge single has been what you've included in your mixes, and every time it's something that like catches me off guard, and I go, "Damn, this is really good!" Like
Yeah.
I need to check out some more of her stuff. So yeah, in this song also, like it's I like this song a lot.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's me. That's what I'm sure I'll do in Taylor Swift someday. I'm just like,
yeah, yeah,
I'm
yeah, I know,
finally
yeah.
catching up to what the entire world knows. Okay, so we got your last two, my last two.
Yeah, all right. So yeah, so my last two here. Track 20, Black Heaven by Creeper. So this is this is kind of like the one song that I did sort of force its way onto the mix, but it's still, I mean, it still kind of fits, I think. Like especially the "Die for Me" lyric. Like, I think that is pretty fitting. But uh, but yeah, they were so they're an interesting band. Like I came across this album last year. Well, in 2023, because I guess technically 2024 was last year. I keep it's I don't know. I haven't wrapped my head around the fact that we're in 2025 yet.
Yeah, what you mean?
Yeah, but so I came. This is the only other song that was not released in 2024 for me, other than the U2 song. So I came across this album in 2023. Again, I think it was off of that Release Radar Spotify mix that I always listen to, and just cool stuff, like cool kind of like gothy, just I don't know, like a kind of like a throwback goth rock kind of vibe to it. And I liked it a lot, but like I didn't love it. Like it was yeah, that's kind of all it was. Like I liked it, but like not enough to listen to it a ton. Not enough for it to crack my top 10 at the end of the year or anything. And I ended up not including anything off of it on last year's mix. And then this year they toured and came to Mayhall's in the small room at Mayhall's and did a show there. I'm like, I bet this would be really cool live. I'll pick up a ticket and go check it out. So I started re-listening to this album in a couple of weeks before that show, and like there's another one. The more I listen to it, the more I'm like, damn, this is really fucking good. Like I don't know why I didn't listen. I don't know why I didn't love this more last year when I picked up on it. And they have two other albums out prior to this one, and so I did a little bit more research on the band too. And like with every album, like I think all three of their albums are concept albums as well. And without every album, they change up their style to fit whatever the concept is. Not only like their musical style, but also like their imagery and everything. Like it's a complete different change. So like musically, their very first album is pretty reminiscent of like an Alkaline Trio, sort of pop punkish. And then their second album sounds very My Chemical Romance-ish, and then this album is very like Depeche Mode and like a little metal, like very goth. I forget the storylines that were on the first two albums, but this album is a concept album about vampires. You know, it's just
Yeah, I was not aware of that till just today. I was like,
right,
oh,
yeah.
oh, okay.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, I absolutely love it. I ended up buying a vinyl at the show, and it was one of those things where, and I listened to it a ton this year, and I was like, man, I kind of like an umpire that calls a ball on a very obvious strike and then calls a strike on the next pitch, even though it was a ball. It's a makeup call, right? Yeah, that's kind of what this song ended up being. I'm like, man, I have to include this on the mix because I should have had it on there last year and I just didn't give it enough of a chance. So like I just scoured the album, like what song from here could I actually make fit with the theme, and I think this is the closest I was able to come, but I think it still kind of works. So we go from that into Wreckage by the Strumbellas, which is just very, very beautiful acoustic, very light ballad. But I thought like after what, one, two, really, I guess if you really include the Linkin Park song, because that's kind of heavy too. You've got what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 songs in a row. They're all pretty heavy. I thought this is a great way to end the album, just with kind of something light and just kind of beautiful to listen to, but at the same time not necessarily hopeful either, because I didn't want to end the album on a hopeful note because I am not at a hopeful place. So I feel like that would have been a lie. But the idea of standing and waiting in the wreckage kind of feels apropos for the moment. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, those last two tracks of a really terrific like compilation. So I just wanted to, thank you for, I don't know, all the care that you put into it. Both, I know you do it for yourself, but it is appreciated here too. And yeah, see, my last two were are Americans by Janelle Monáe and Amen from Beyonce. I was, like even like just as we were getting into the fall and before it was obvious how before I knew how it all turned out, I was still needing some music for that moment and was not really finding it. And so I was just kind of looking at past artists that I'd included and seeing what they were up to and all this. And I came across this Janelle Monáe song from her 2018 album, Dirty Computer. And not much of the album like really spoke to me. Her current album, or most recent one, is like a very different thing. It had its own merits, but wasn't kind of what I was after. But this was, and it takes that kind of stance we were talking about before, where it's a bit of an ironic character that she's adopting, but she's then able to talk about the American character in a pretty interesting way. And then only in putting together the YouTube compilation, like I talked about before, I came across this performance from the what would it be? The Late Show. I was gonna say the Colbert Report, but that's gosh. But it was astounding in terms of like a really faithful representation of the album recording, but also like taking the late night TV performance to I don't know, she did such an interesting thing with it and had so many people on stage with her and was like getting behind the desk. And so of any of the videos that are kind of associated with some of the songs, I would recommend folks maybe click on this link from my scroll to the very bottom of my website page, talking through these liner notes and stuff. But yeah, I just thought it was so cool. And it's also like, it's pretty heavy topic, but it's also sounds like a Prince song, and yeah, it's just great. um, great talent that she is, and a great encapsulation of the complexity of our country. And then the Beyonce song, I did take note of when I listened to the Cowboy Carter album, which is cool in a lot of different ways, but just wasn't necessarily a collection that like stuck with me. And I wasn't. I mean, I've never been like anti Beyonce or anything. And in fact, like with the Taylor Swift and everything, I, I often am just like, okay, I would get it if this was Beyonce they were talking about in terms of like the intense like spectacle and reverence and all that. Like that makes sense to me for Beyonce. It doesn't make sense to me for Taylor Swift, seemingly dressed up like Beyonce to me. Hopefully, if you're listening this far, you'll cut me a little slack and not kill me for saying that. But that's what occurs.
It was nice knowing you.
Yeah, I know. Definitely have to cut this out.
Yeah.
but I'll leave it in, I guess. Maybe I don't know. But anyway, so but it was really that again, catching up to stuff that everybody seems to know. It was the Lemonade album, which really took her for me from that, like, oh, I respect her talent, to being like, sometimes if I hear her name in this certain circumstance, I might cry. Just I was like, whoa. So I paid much more attention to her since then, but no other album has like grabbed me, including Cowboy Carter. But I really appreciated, this song, and as I was trying to find an end to my collection, this seemed as fitting as any, because it also kind of deals with the complexity of our country and its history, and how far it seems to be from its professed ideals. But yeah, so it felt a little bit hopeful and resilient, and it also came out like much early in the year, so it wasn't some sort of direct comment on the things turning out the way they did. But
yeah.
So thus wraps up my react respond collection of songs.
Yeah, and I do think that those last two songs, and the Beyonce song especially, a good way to thematically and musically put a stamp on the end of your album. Janelle Monáe, and she's an artist that like I really, really, really want to love, because I love everything about her. But every time I've listened to her music and her albums and stuff like that, it just hasn't really grabbed me. And I think she probably is another one of those, like kind of what I mentioned before, that that it probably requires more than one listen to really get into it. But yeah, I just haven't really been able to. But yeah, I really want to, because I love everything about her. Like I love the character, the personality, like the the approach to what she's doing. The live performances that I've seen like look amazing. Yeah, I haven't been able to do it, but I need to give it another chance.
I think I know what you mean, and I was glad to find this song was what I was hoping to something of what I was hoping to find from this person that is so impressive, but that I feel to lock into.
Yeah. But yeah, dude, I mean, awesome album as always. This is what, your 21st? Am I right?
Yeah, a long time.
That's crazy, dude. 2 decades.
No, well, I think I keep it going sometimes just to be able to hash it out with you, and so I'm really grateful for all the time. And my wife has started eating dinner without me, so I gotta go. But it was a lot of fun.
This has been a lot of fun. I'm glad that we do this every year. I'm glad both of us are still doing these albums in general, just to have them. And I'm really glad that we started doing this conversation about them too. I think was this like the 3rd or 4th year in a row now that we've done it, or something
I
like
think
that.
we weren't recording it at first, but now we do, because that's just what I do. But
yeah, but yeah, I'm really glad that we do this every year too. Yeah. Awesome. Thank you for always hosting this and doing it.
Oh, my pleasure, my friend. All right, well, we'll catch up in the days and weeks to come, but let me try to get upstairs before it hits 8 o'clock, and it's 9 o'clock there. Wow, your cat must be so mad.
She's fine now. She got her food. She's all right. That's all she cared about.
All right. All right. Well, I'm gonna jump, but I really appreciate this. I appreciate you, and thanks so much.
Yeah, likewise. Thank you as well.
All right. Take care, buddy.